even topping up? Why are you even cutting it off? Why are you topping it out? I don't understand. I don't. Well, maybe there's some magic in it that I'm yet to appreciate.
It appears you want a total review of what is.
Yes.
Some are saying that we may end up losing Atlantic Lithium Company. They'll go.
So they can go.
And who will take care of that one?
Who says they are the only ones who are interested?
There are a lot of investors out there.
Atlantic Lithium is basically just the middle party. And in any case, why can we not be brave and bold enough to own and use and manage and exploit and add value to what we have? I'm still talking about service contracts.
Madam, don't you think that we look back, Abogoso Mines, I hope I got the name right, Ashanti, Gold, all those past experiences where the state consolidated diamond, where the state was heavily having a controlling stake, and the examples that we have today, what happened to Ashanti Gold and all goldfields and all the rest, as in the previous goldfields. It's an example that the state hasn't shown any good example in managing these resources.
So let's say Ghanaians are lousy at
I'm not saying Ghanaians.
I'm
just saying the state at that time that was managing these resources.
No, the state is you and I.
Okay.
The state is you and I. It was a management thing. And there were all kinds of strange attitudes towards how government finances government state operations, not even the activity itself, but we need more money to balance our budget. Let's sell a percentage of goldfields. We need money to do this. Let's sell a percentage of that. Why? It was simply because the partners want you out. And therefore, you need money. If you give us this, we can help you get that, or we will buy you out of that. That is basically what was done. They were all, cannibalized. These companies were cannibalized. It is not because we are not capable. It is just mismanagement. Mismanagement. If you are committed to exceptional and to good management, you can do everything.
There's a school of thought that is pushing for a total review of all the mining agreements that the country has with these mining firms and those who are working in the extractive space. Madam, do you share in that argument about let's do it now?
Yes. Those that are about to expire, let them expire.
Yeah.
Let them expire.
Gold
but
sources
don't
go in Takwa Mines next year.
If you're not prepared to sit down and now we do not renegotiate. You're done. You want to continue operating here. These are now the terms. So one of the first things we need to do is to critically review all the legal instruments that relate to the exploitation and I use the word exploit in its broadest sense. This has value. I want to get the optimal out of it. In terms, that is the exploitation I'm talking about, not the negative one of you're cheating.
Yeah, I get you.
So how do we optimize what we get out of the exploitation of our natural resources with us in control at all material times? We own. For me, in the best of all possible worlds, we will own all of them. And everybody else is either a buyer of value-added produce or is a service contractor.
shouldn't we tread cautiously with this? Because the argument, again, that I bring in here is that we could end up losing these mining giants that are here and the capital that they've brought in. For human capital, we have it. Technology is transferable, but fresh capital is a challenge here. If we go this approach, recently the Goldfields Group CEO was raising concerns about the royalty review and how we should tread cautiously about that. The fear is that we could lose all these companies if we go on that tangent of a complete review of the agreement. If you don't want it, you should go. That is the fear.
Yeah. And do you think they are the only ones on the block?
For now, these are the ones we are.
These are
There's
the ones.
There's a global competition for capital.
These are
and
the
if
ones
the terms are not favorable, they'll move to other countries.
Let them go and fleece those other countries. Let them go and fleece those other countries. But if you've noticed, within Africa, within South America, nations are beginning to see the reality once more. They are seeing the reality, the possibilities. What they thought was the reality, they're beginning to see a new reality. It's just a question of how you view it. If you keep, even the concept of South-South transactions and cooperation, why hasn't it worked? It hasn't worked because these your so-called giants, those Goliaths. But you know what happened to Goliath?
That is in the biblical space as well.
Yeah.
but you see, Madam, the argument here is that, again, just like what you cited about how investors were treated with the bond experience, some are saying that you look at Obuasi Township and you compare to Johannesburg. These mining companies were paying necessary royalties to government of Ghana as an entity over the period and not now or tomorrow. And these monies were brought to the capital to consolidated fund. The communities haven't benefited from mining because these monies that are being paid by these mining firms were not invested in that local community. Some will say it is not the job of that mining community to develop that area. Their job is to pay the right taxes to the state. The state takes that money and develop that community. Those examples show us that when we push the argument about Ghanaians or government can do it, in the past, previous governments have failed to develop these local communities.
Okay, sorry, I will have to answer your question with a question.
Sorry, yeah.
So we should continue dealing with them.
A gradual renegotiation could help than the pushing from Ghana that, okay, you know something, we don't need you guys again if you are not prepared to succumb to our terms. That is the fear. And we will end up losing out heavily. If what gold is now doing for us as an economy now, some are saying that the fear that tangent could see Ghana have its fingers bent.
That's I don't know how to put it. That's the argument or the comfort of the coward. And when you were talking, I was one Ghanaian adage that came to my mind was "Usra wari jaya, yewari wari bone." There's always it's in the human nature to fear what is beyond the horizon. But if you've got focus and you have scope and you have a plan and you are prepared to be committed, you can go beyond the horizon. Because Ghanaians, we have wealthy Ghanaians. Some live here, some live outside. And, okay, I will not say what I want to say. But if Ghana opened up the world of all legitimate possibilities, I use the word legitimate very advisedly, opens up the world of all legitimate possibility, primarily to Ghanaians, Africans second, the rest third. You think that all those assets, Ghanaian assets, Nigerian assets, Senegalese assets, that are around in the world, being invested here in some bank in Switzerland, in some place in New York, in some apartment building somewhere, it will not become available. I tell you it will be. I tell you it will be. It is just a question of trust. And you build trust with a plan. A plan which you're not hiding in your armpit, but a plan you have laid out. From year this to year that, we will do A, B, C, D, E, and F. Critical success factors. We need this, we need that, we need that. We will partner with Ghanaians. We will do this, we will do that, we will do that. If you've laid out a clear plan, that is how you build credibility.
Has the horse not already bolted out of the stable?
The horse never bolts. He goes out and then is grazing just outside the stable. You can get it back.
This would affect rather the new agreement. For instance, typically, Gulf also have to negotiate for its stock mines in 2027 April. So this pushes for all the new agreements that will come up the table of government for renegotiation, and that is what you're talking about.
That is fine, but it makes.
But the old ones are safe.
The old ones are not necessarily safe. For example, I still don't understand why I read, I think last week, that there's some extended. The agreement still has some years to go. It has. What agreement? It's an oil agreement.
Yes. For 40 years or so. I stand to be correct about the years, but yeah.
And then we extend it. When I think there's still 10 years or more to go, we extend it for another period, which will start not from tomorrow, but from the end. No, we should stop doing that. And that thing should not even be ratified by Parliament. It should not be.
Parliament should ratify the extension of the oil extraction agreement. We understand some already has been done. Should there be a review of that agreement itself?
Oh, you see, agreements are not. I don't know why we always think agreements are written in stone. Yes. You know, we believe, in Ghana, it's as though the agreement is cast not even in stone, but in diamond and blood. So you cannot touch it. And in any case, if these are the agreements we've been signing, we had better make sure that in all coming agreements, there will be review clauses. We always leave an opening to the party of the other side, and then we lock ourselves into a lockstep move as a nation. And then you cough and they take you to court in their country. That's the other thing. That's the other thing.
The arbitration
where arbitrations and all those things are done in their country, and we're always losing. Practically, we're always losing.
Good defense, and a good team to challenge these cases.
Pardon?
You're not putting up a good team to challenge this case. There was a recent one with Talu that has to do with taxes.
But when
we lost.
Did the team even come from our AG's office? The team, the reason why we have Attorney General's office, or rather we have the Solicitor General's office, it's supposed to be filled with crack, top-notch lawyers, so that they're the ones who fight these cases for us, in or outside Ghana. And there was a certain practice. I don't pretend to know who represented us in those Talu arbitrations, but whoever did us a great disservice. And we end up having this thrown at us and that thrown at us. You have to pay this, you have to pay that. And then on top of all that, then we extend the contract. I don't understand.
Maybe the capital argument also comes in there again, even for the oil space as well. So some are saying that the Jubilee and the other fields are not doing well because we've not been able to negotiate well with these oil mining companies, and therefore... And
so we should give it to them. We should give it to them on a platter. We should, okay, it hasn't done anything. Okay, anymore. Really.
We should go back and renegotiate this agreement with the oil firms that we've done right now. Parliament has done some extension as well.
Yeah.
You think that we should go back? The plea to the president is that we call that agreement?
We shouldn't have extended them. That's the point I'm making. You see, as a former judge and as a former lawyer, because
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as Colorlink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior. Syntax tank, are you strong? Are you tough?
Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them.
President Mahama delivered his State of the Nation address yesterday. Is it a promise or your reality? Does it reflect your current circumstances, where people are turned away from hospitals to die because of the no-bed syndrome? Does it reflect your current reality, where you buy ECG credits and they vanish after there was a 30% hike in the tariffs? Will this change in 7 days, as the minister has ordered a probe? But in the no-bed syndrome, what is the probe really about? Probing a broken system? This is a culture, not an individual's conduct. Does his State of the Nation reflect the cocoa haircut for the cocoa farmer? There have been petitions to the OSP and to Shraj. The OSP to investigate corrupt conduct or criminal conduct, and Shraj to look for conflict of interest, as Vincent Asefwa alleges. Is that grave or just a sham, a false alarm, or really serious conflict of interest at the top in time of crisis in that place? The president assures your security. Is that your current reality, where even women who must bring tomatoes to your home are afraid they can't travel to Burkina Faso, where they get them from? Now, fisher folk are also scared. How about indiscipline at its peak in secondary schools? Of course, we begin with Osahin Afenyomakin. He has his own State of the Nation. We'll be right back.
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior. Syntax tank, are you strong? Are you tough?
Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy.
Still, Misaka, and Nemu was a summer brabo, and it can afford Swabrabo.
Misaka pensions, Caro.
Misaka order Sika. Misaka insurance.
Misaka loan.
Momo Fogusuri ye ejumaden, diaboye nyina ye sika ho ban. Se NTN ana momo jumaye ni befrewa or the 0244 300,000 ene befrew. Na numpo orin bitsaw one time password ana se upin code enti wonso ye wa femu die na ma weni na ho na wonsa enka omo.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time, our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat, undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults, this price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number one, let's bring Baby Girl. Let's bring. You did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex Vibe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex Vibe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
Life can be giving it to you with like that. And everything around you will be affected big time. Too many uncertainties and fears. But with the right partner like Empo Life Insurance Ghana, you are sorted. Say kutu, say bam. You get the best healthcare, solid pension trust policies, and the peace of mind to grow your business and focus on what truly matters. Empo Insurance, empowering people.
Aware that when the NDC was in opposition, they promised that upon assumption of office, the minimum price they will pay for cocoa per bag, that is the producer price or the farm gate price, will be 6,000 Ghana cedis. Today, they have rather reduced the price of cocoa per bag, making the poor cocoa farmer worse off. They claim that there were some international market downturns. Therefore, the poor cocoa farmer should suffer for it. But is the reason why the state has reserves? Is the reason why we have a country called Ghana, that when there is crisis, the state must intervene. What the government has failed to tell us is how much it will cost the country should the cocoa farmer be given support by maintaining the 3,600 per bag of cocoa. They didn't tell us. They rather reduced the price, gave a haircut, and today, Mr. President could not offer any reasonable explanation. Neither could he give a justification for this haircut. We again reiterate our demand on the President and his government. Pay the cocoa farmer. Pay the cocoa farmer what is rightfully his.
Right, so he's my guest for the very first hour. He's a minority leader. He's the MP for Efutu, the Honorable MP for Efutu, Osahim Alexander Kwamina Afenyo-Marking. Have you done the calculation about what it is that the president would have used to cushion the cocoa farmers?
Well, thank you very much. Government itself has not been transparent on this matter. You may recall that out of nowhere, we were told that there was an emergency cabinet meeting when the minority raised this issue. And then again, the finance minister came out with this announcement and reducing the farm gate price by 10 million cedis or 1,000 Ghana cedi. To us, that was most unfair because a very important decision such as reducing the producer price of cocoa that we all know affects the ordinary Ghanaian farmer, there should have been some stakeholder engagement. And you realize that soon thereafter, government tried to do some politics, claiming that it had directed the Attorney General to investigate some wrongdoing. I mean, I thought it was neither here nor there. I mean, it was quite unnecessary. The issue at stake was the cocoa price. And, you know, when we were in opposition, when we were in government, and we're having external pressure on the economy, and we said, look, Russia-Ukraine war was affecting our economy, they never took that for an answer. But today you are blaming it on the international market price. Be that as it may, my point is that government should have come out with the numbers. Okay, between now and the end of the season, this is how much it is going to cost government to intervene. Then we can all sit around the table and discuss.
Perhaps your thinking is that at a time when we have better reserves.
Of course, I mean, they claim that the reserves are good. That's what they claim. They say that they've made some macroeconomic gains. If that is the case, there's a reason why the state is there to intervene in such situations. And I see that as a major failure on the part of government by seeing this as an austerity measure to take to help the economy. I'm sure it's because the IMF officials were in town, and we know from our sources that they came under heavy IMF influence, and they were like, okay, you cannot. So go ahead and let this.
The president says that revising the cocoa producer price was a difficult decision to take, but I had to take them to ensure our collective well-being. He took us to what happened under the previous regime, which plunged us into a deep hole, and said we should learn our lessons.
Well, I disagree with him. He should have come out with the numbers. All right? I disagree with him. Since Gold Coast, we've never had a situation where a cocoa farmer would have to endure such hardship, where out of the blue, your farm gate price is reduced. It has never happened in our history. Again, it's the same government that says that we shouldn't blame international or external situations on how our economy functions. That is what they said in opposition. So they should also move away from that politics of convenience. You know, when you make a point and you justify it and you gain the trust of the people, you can't turn around and now say that, well, we have to tighten our belt and that fasten your seat belt and all. No, I won't accept that. Government should be transparent about the decision. And I think that there was no transparency in that decision. The cocoa farmer must not suffer for
your sympathy.
This thing cannot be negotiated.
Right. Your sympathy for the farmers and your opposition has been sustained for a period now. Now that you are hearing that even Ivory Coast has done the same and made its farmers worse, because Ghanaian cocoa farmers are even going to get what they are getting is about a double what the Ivory Coast cocoa farmer is going to get. Will your position change?
It won't. I'm not interested in Ivory Coast. This is not Ivory Coast. This is Ghana. So don't give me that room to compare. I'm dealing with an absolute situation. The Ghanaian farmer, the Ghanaian cocoa farmer, pay him what is due him. I'm not interested in Côte d'Ivoire. They have their own economic situation. And by the way, Côte d'Ivoire, they have a different system regulating their cocoa sector.
That's right.
So the situation cannot be the same. What it is that government must pay the cocoa farmer.
The president said that work is well advanced on on a legislation over this cocoa pricing situation. You think it's the best approach to take?
We were promised 3 weeks ago that there will be a legislation that will champion reforms in the cocoa sector. We welcome it. Let us see the document. Let us discuss it. But in the meantime, pay the Ghanaian cocoa farmer.
But in principle,
you cannot reduce the farm gate price when you've already committed to it and the farmer has gone to take a loan from the cocoa krache. The farmer's children are in school. They need money to pay hostel fees. They need money to pay school fees. They've taken money to plow their farms, and out of nowhere, you say that you are reducing.
So now I seem to appreciate why you term this as illegal, because you just canvass the basis why you say this reduction is illegal. But in principle, do you support a legislation that brings a sort of a deregulation of the sector?
If that is a new thinking of government, it should be brought on board for us to discuss. I'm sure years back, we did that for the petroleum sector.
That's right.
Where we now, over time, legislated and said that, look, the market should regulate the petroleum sector. So
That's
that
right.
it's not the case that every now and then government would have to intervene. But even so, cocoa is a different scenario. You cannot strictly say that you would want the market to determine farm gate price. There must be some form of state intervention. You have to balance it. So I am waiting to see the bill. We have our economic committee, finance committee. We have our experts in the caucus. We will look at it. We have our external consultants, other stakeholders, on our side. We will look at it and present a view. But I would want to say that government should not attempt to wholly take away its intervention in the cocoa subsector.
The 2026 budget didn't impress you. Yesterday's Sona also did not impress you at all. In fact, you asked the question if yebedi macroeconomics.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know yebedi ana. Yeah, maybe say because mental say they be about macroeconomics, the numbers. You see, I'm not an economist, but this is what I understand in practical terms. If you say inflation has come down, as an ordinary entrepreneur, ordinary businessman, the Praja driver, the taxi driver, the Uber driver should see the effect of that in his life. So when you talk about inflation, I see it as more of an IMF-driven policy of make sure you get the macro economic indicators stable, and then you do that for the IMF, and then you come and tell me that I should applaud you. I cannot, because in my daily life, I don't see the impact. I can only talk about your success story, appreciate it, if I see its impact. Are food prices going down when we go to the market? Electricity. Look, government has increased it by 30%. That is the paper hike. But in reality, you talk to the people, my own home in Winneba, you get the electricity, the prepaid, and then it takes you for a period. Over the weekend, when I went to Winneba, Sunday when I was about leaving, then my boy told me that we were using the genset because prepaid nasa. I said, prepaid that. Yet 3,000 Friday, Saturday. But I say, you have air conditioner now. What's the problem? I say, Chief, says you are the man or two. And I asked around, and I was told that that's what it is.
Yeah, I had to write a letter formally. I had to formalize it, write a letter to the ECG in my area to complain about the vanishing credits. But they say that there's a committee, Jinapo has formed a committee giving them 7 days to investigate. The PRC have assured us that if anybody's credits have been stolen, they'll be restored.
No. You see, there's a problem, very fundamental. It's the reason why I've consistently said government should push the reforms, continue what we started. There was this reform program that President Akufo-Addo initiated, where these meters, we have a lot of meters that have outlived its purpose. So you don't get correct reading. I experienced that in my own home, and I had to call them to come and change it. So that one is there. There are some meters that are not reading at all. So when you buy your credit, it consumes everything. I don't think that since January 2025, the NDC government has taken the reforms that we started serious. They are not pursuing any reform in the energy sector. And I'm saying that many Ghanaians, and this one is not NDC MPP, Samson, we need to face the reality. And that is the problem we the political actors have. We know the problem, but sometimes for political convenience, we allowed it.
So from where you sit, this is actually not a problem that requires probing because it is a result of the tariff hike. Because when I reported, they brought their technicians to come and check. They checked everything and told me there's nothing wrong with my meter. There's nothing wrong with my wiring. So,
the tariff hike, you know, they promised that they were going to make life better. And yesterday, Mr. President said, oh, they've taken away e-levy. But you took away e-levy and brought D-levy, the energy sector reform levy, where we are paying a cedi, Ghana cedi, per liter of petrol we buy. So you've imposed a new levy, which is even more expensive than the e-levy you came to repeal. It is costing us more, and government is generating more revenue as a result of that, compared to the e-levy you claim it was a nuisance tax. So really, you've done nothing. Then, on top of it, you've worsened it by imposing a 30% tariff hike that the ordinary Ghanaian should pay. And in reality, it is more than 30%.
Do you appreciate that they are taking bold decisions that will assist us in the future, as the president said, and that regardless of that, you cannot discount the fact that, for example, we spoke about inflation a while ago, now at 3.8% from 23.8% in 2025. In 2024, talk about the exchange rate, now also doing very well, or they've sustained it for a long period now. In December 2024, 14.7, now 10.65. These are real.
Okay, so exchange rates, the cedi is stable, but what is the effect? Are you putting in incentives that will create jobs, that would help with job creation? I don't see any. I think government is too fixated on this gold board and using gold for reserves to stabilize the currency. And that is too simplistic a policy to be sustained. I don't see how government can sustain that. Because in the area of agriculture, look at the 2026 budget. No meaningful investment is being made in the area of agriculture. I've been asking the whereabouts of the agric minister, because he was quite loud. He made very strong arguments in opposition. And I'm saying that if government is that serious, there would have been enough, or there would have been sufficient investment in the area of agriculture. But they are fixated on this gold board thing, and all their energies are on gold board, abandoning other areas of the economy. They came to cancel the 1D, 1F. I've been asking the trade minister, what is the alternative policy? Look, Samson, I ask these because as a private sector person, these are the things that when I see, I can say, indeed, is driving economic growth. I talk to my colleague entrepreneurs, and they are in a worse situation than before.
Really?
Because, I'm explaining to you, because government is not introducing any tax breaks for them. There's no incentive. They should mention a single incentive for the private sector since they came into office. Rather, GRA is always on their neck. I don't know whether they've come to your law firm, but they have been to my law firm doing tax audit, and I'm not saying it is wrong anyway.
Right.
Rather, GRA is more focused on how to get taxes and chasing the few businesses that are around. Tax. All right? I wouldn't say that chasing after tax is wrong, because you need it. But then you should expand the frontiers and create an environment that would enable people to look, instead of locking their money in any investment, they would think about using that money to produce, to do business. How many businessmen, how many businesses have registered to invest in Ghana since 2020?
It's in this same situation you are complaining about that we have 1 million people who have got jobs.
1 million people.
That's according to the Statistical Service. Unless you don't believe their statistics.
Respect, I challenge Dr. Alassane to come and give us a breakdown. They should stop this.
They've given a breakdown in the agri sector and various other sectors, industry, and so on. Yes, they have.
Please. I want a debate with Dr. Alassane.
Over 13,000 nurses have been employed. You are complaining about employment.
Oh, but we have many more nurses who are complaining that they've not been employed. Check the numbers. There are many more who completed as far back as 2023. Teachers who have graduated, waiting for posting, that they've not posted them. So why come and applaud yourself?
Well, those who were recruited within 2024, 2025,
there were people who were recruited.
They've done a whole year. They've not been paid.
There were people who were recruited, okay, whose appointment were terminated. This government came into office. There was a government directive for Ghanaian youth who were in the employ of state-owned institutions that sacked them. They introduced the sack them.
You've been complaining about that for a long time.
Yes.
In a sustained fashion. But the other counter-argument has been that...
So how can you say you've created a...
Counter-argument has been that just when you are exiting, you decided to, overburden the exchequer.
Be that as it may, job was created, correct? So don't mind the procedure. Was it prudent to create that job opportunity? Yes. Procedurally, if there was anything wrong with it, rectify and ratify. That's why we have something called ratification. That is why we have something administrative called rectification. So you rectify the situation, but don't let the man who has been employed and is feeding himself, feeding his family, suffer. In any event, there were excesses in the implementation of that directive. I'm sure the letter from the Chief of Staff was specific that those who were employed post-election. But the chief executives, heads of institutions, they went down to like 2017. People who had been in employment. If you go to Ghana Water, you go to ECG, EXIM, Maritime Authority. I have a pile of letters in my office. Somebody was employed 2018. Somebody 2017. Has been in employment for 6 years, 7 years. They were all sacked. DVLA, SNIT, all the state institutions. We're not talking about the mainstream civil service or public service, but those commercial institutions that are state-owned, they just went berserk, sacked all of them, and they are staying
in the area of agriculture.
How do you then say that you have created jobs?
In the area of agriculture, 720,000 birds in the Konketenkete project have been distributed to 13,000 farmers.
I'm sure Mr. President said that in jest.
In jest?
Yeah, I'm sure.
That means each farmer got 55 birds.
I'm sure Mr. President...
If they are giving equally, each farmer got 55 birds.
I don't know who put that in the speech, but, these are pardonable offenses.
You think it's an error, it's a slip?
Indeed.
Okay.
Indeed, and out of deference to Mr. President, I won't stretch this. Because we are dealing with serious economic policy decisions, okay? Where you're saying that, look, in the agro sector, you want to get into poultry, help the ordinary poultry farmer, so deal with it at that micro level in your various homes to create some informal, opportunity for you. And you've not rolled it out, and you say, oh, there was some experiment of a sort. You see, something, truth be told, I think that this government has taken its goodwill for granted. They had a huge goodwill.
They still do.
Well, I won't go into that debate. But I'm saying that even if they still do, it is depleted. They are taking it for granted, and there is no serious action. Slogan. Each time the government finds itself in a tight corner, it will go and arrest one MPP member and say some corruption.
You say slogan. They are telling you that they are laying the steps Women's Bank, you have complained about it. 24-hour, 24-hour economy. They've now done the legislation.
You don't need a bureaucracy for 24-hour economy. Bro, you don't need a bureaucracy. Just come out with the incentives. My understanding of that 24-hour economy as an entrepreneur simply is that creating an incentive to propel economic growth. Simple. Right. So what are the incentives? What must you do? One, energy, electricity. If you want to seriously encourage private sector growth, cost of energy is critical. Look, I have a friend. He's not permitted me to say it all, but I'll just give you a bit of it. I have a friend. He set up a factory. The factory is not operational because of cost of energy. The transformer that he's supposed to get from ECG cannot provide it. 2, he's trying to get direct power from Grico. That one too has become a matter. The cost, now he regrets. He's invested huge sums of money in this factory. He's done for over 6 months. He cannot operate because of the cost of energy. Meanwhile, if the man had started his business, I'm sure in the minimum, he would have created some 100 jobs. Is that okay?
But we're told that this 24-hour economy, the capital investment by way of equipment and so on, when they are being brought in, just like was done in 1D, 1F, they'll get tax-free, tax exemptions.
I'm saying that you don't need an authority. You don't need to create another bureaucracy. That is my point. 2, on the issue of taxation. Look, as an entrepreneur, all I need is to get that tax break, that space, so that I can reinvest my profit in the business. I can expand. If I'm bringing machinery, I'm bringing in raw materials, and it's going to cost me so much, what is the incentive? So government would have to look at it. I'm saying that you can announce this as a policy. The trade ministry can just lead this. You don't need to now say you are creating an authority, a legislation, and then you're now going to drive that. You don't need it. You don't. When the 1D, 1F initiative, was implemented, we didn't need another separate entity to implement it.
But there was someone appointed to have special oversight over it.
Under the minister's supervision, oversight. So they should go ahead and implement. The talking is too much. The talking is too much. The PR, they are getting fixated on government PR. You know, sometimes you pay too much attention to PR. Ministers are interested in social media talk than action. Look, the young men and women who followed them and were singing, they are tired of singing. They want jobs. That is a reality. You can't continue to talk. Then every day, MPPO, that one will not help.
Comparatively, when do you recall that a new government comes in and within a year, 1 million jobs have been, people have gotten employment, 1 million people, that's many?
Samson, first of all, I don't believe in this 1 million job. I don't want to say it's a scam, but I don't believe in it. I don't believe it is true. 1 million jobs in the informal sector or the formal sector. What are the breakdowns? Temporary jobs that 1 million people got, some 6-month jobs, some well-to-warasa jobs, or some construction, Now, if government is saying we've had 1 million jobs created, then let's just look at the opportunities in their budget. Are there major construction works ongoing? Their big push. Is there any implementation? At the district assemblies, what are the jobs that are being created?
But you heard the president yesterday, big push.
Job construction.
There's a lot of work that is going on.
What I'm saying, they should tell us. It shouldn't be that opposition, so we are just criticizing. They should sit with us, tell us, give us the breakdown. There is nothing.
A while ago, you spoke about trying to shift attention. So we talk about cocoa issues, the genuine issues, and then they say, let's go look for who must have done some wrong somewhere. we have heard you again be very consistent on the question of arrest and prosecutions of persons suspected of some corruption and so on. Are you suggesting that if people have done wrong, they should not be, as it were, asked to account?
Something, no. You get into public service, you should be mindful that one day you would have to account for your stewardship. And I don't disagree with that constitutional imperative. Accountability. It's there in our constitution. Probity, accountability. So you come into public service, that should be expected. But the way and manner it is done is what we are questioning. You see, government came into office, the first thing it did was to enter noli prosequa. Noli prosequa on matters that were already in court. If this government wanted it to be taken serious, that look, there is a whole research agenda, it should have allowed the court system to deal with the matter. It should have allowed the court system.
There's some of those people, they felt that they were being unjustly persecuted.
What I'm saying,
and so they needed to free them.
What I'm saying is that if they are innocent, let the court deal with it. So that there is a judicial pronouncement. That was the first thing. And Transparency International took that matter up, all right? You show signs of selective justice. Now, on MPP, look, it is to be expected. You leave office, a new government comes in, they want to probe. But my point is that be seen to be doing it fairly. Look at Iyoko. You invite the person comes. Then you say, I have detained you, or I've granted you bail, but bring property worth the amount of the alleged investigation. Who does that?
So what's your problem? Is it with the detention or the bail amounts that are fixed?
Rather
bail conditions.
Onerous bail conditions. And I see that as being one of the ways to frustrate, to punish, and to create a certain impression on the minds of the public that you're already guilty.
But they reserve the right to say that we are not even granting you bail for the time that the law allows us to hold you.
Justify. But ordinarily, if I come to you, you invite me, and I come, I expect that I am treated fairly.
As a lawyer, you know that, and you have been used to this.
Yes.
I know that you have done a lot of work at Iyoko and even done cases that have sought to transform the way they conduct themselves. When your client is invited, you know that invitation is literally an arrest. And that when they get to the place, there are two things that are going to happen. Either they're going to make an ordinary statement where they walk out, or they will give a caution statement and they'll be detained.
So the legitimate expectation is that I will be treated fairly. The government of this whole argument is centered on fair play, equality before the law, not excesses that offend Article 296 of the Constitution. That, to us, is where we have a challenge. And then the Attorney General. I've had occasion to publicly and privately discuss this matter with my respected senior, the Attorney General, that it is not right to hold press conference to discuss a case and create certain impressions of guilt. His argument that, in the United States, it is done. But Ghana is not United States. The Commonwealth law practice that we have here and the nature of the Ghanaian society, if you go on this path, on the minds of people, the person is guilty. The person has stolen. And it doesn't help all of us as stakeholders, because if we don't end this vicious cycle of, you did it to me, I will do it to you, all of you are thieves. Out there, the ordinary Ghanaian does not trust the political.
So your complaint,
political leaders,
your complaint, your protest over these matters, do you feel that they have been listened to?
in all fairness, to some extent, they've toned down. But again, they are still, in their game. I mean,
which is which?
For me,
it's either they've toned down or they've not.
Oh, but they've not ended it completely. Why? Where I sit, I do a lot of the engagement, and
we have seen you make some of the interventions publicly. People are being arrested. You are the one in the evening at NIB securing their, release. Reverend Tim Fojo, you are the one that marshals your mighty minority to the place. Literally, fiscally block, states from being able to operate. Various other places we see you do that.
The phrase "stop the state from operating." That one, something I think that's too much. I think that, to be fair to them, there has been situations where the engagements have yielded positive results. And I must also say that they have somewhat toned down compared to when they came into office in the early days. But what I'm saying is that let's have a rather fair system where the person will not think twice appearing before you. For instance, Gift Your Worry. We spoke to her that she was out of the jurisdiction, and there was this issue, they need her and all that. She came. Something that they did that I told them that, look, you've done well. There were officers at the airport waiting to arrest her, and they stopped it. And the lady herself walked to NIB. I said, this is fair. Over a weekend, they wanted to hold her. We spoke to them that, look, the person came in all the way from abroad. She walked to your office. She has a lawyer. Why keep her? Grant her bail. Let her appear the next Monday. They did it. And she appeared. She's in court. You are prosecuting her. And she's standing trial. Nobody is complaining.
Okay.
So I'm saying that if we continue on that path, because governance is not ending today. We are building a democracy. And you never can tell. 2028 is another election year.
Yeah. So in all of these things, we heard how you make an intervention and you give a guarantee sort of with your name. You give a guarantee and you're able to secure the freedom of your people. And people have asked the question, it's the same way that you made a promise that you will ensure that Ken will be here. He's not here.
Okay. So in the Ken Ofori-Atta case, he brought a medical report. And at the time, OSP needed him, and then the discussion was to give him up to May so that he finishes the procedure and come. That was the representation I made at the political level. But soon thereafter, I think things got out of hand because of the declaration of he being a fugitive, and then the matter became a purely legal matter. I took myself out of it because lawyers were then handling.
Okay.
So, yes, I made a political commitment, and that was what I said, and I'm not running away from it. It was a fact. As a leader of the party, his doctor spoke to me, brought me the evidence, and I approached the authorities that, look, this is the man's situation. He wants up to this period. Once the lawyers took over, it ends there.
So you're saying that circumstances, happened that discharged you of your obligation?
Indeed. Simply that.
So what do you think about the circumstance now? He's not here, and people have said this is hurting your party.
You see, I think we have not been very fair in dealing with Ken Ofori-Atta as politicians, as people. We want the rule of law. We want fair hearing and all. But we are quick to pronounce people guilty. Yesterday, I was a bit upset in Parliament. I was upset because our colleagues on the other side brought Ken Ofori-Atta's picture. As a leader of the minority in Parliament, I've been so measured. There are times that I get it wrong. I'm not a perfect guy. But I've been very measured when it comes to managing issues that affect individuals. Because I know that the way public service is, there are things that the minister may not know. And he is ultimately responsible. But to come to Parliament, show the picture, Ken also has a family. His brother is a parliamentarian. Yesterday, I felt the pain of his brother. When I was sitting there, his brother Duke texted me, "Leader, why are they doing this to my brother?" And I became emotional. His brother texted me, Duke Oforiata.
Ghanaians say they say they should just tell him to come. That's all.
Hold on. Let's deal with issues step by step. I am not standing in the way of anybody asking for accountability.
All right.
I don't want anybody to get me wrong. I am talking about the way and manner we are going about things and the way some people used Parliament to crucify him. All right. And it's a reason why I reacted in a certain manner, because I felt the pain that, oh, you guys, that's what you are up to? Because you see, in opposition, a lot of things get to your table. You get to know a lot of things. All right?
Yeah.
There are a lot of things we know, but we are measured. We are measured.
They say an easy lie is the head that wears the crown.
Exactly.
There's a lot of attention to you. Everybody wants to bring their problem through you to resolve.
We are measured. This recruitment exercise and a lot. Look, for national security reasons, there are a lot of things I wouldn't want to say and would want to just engage even our colleague.
But you hinted in Parliament that something wrong is going on, something corrupt is going on.
What I'm saying is...
What is that about?
No, we would engage the minister privately. These are...
But you said it publicly.
Yes, but I've hinted. And I'm saying that because of what they did, that you want to pronounce people guilty before trial. So I was just signaling them that be fair.
He who comes to equity
must come with clean hands, must do equity.
Yes, so why is it that you say this is unfair to prejudice people and so on, and you are doing it?
Oh no, don't get me wrong. I hinted of a wrongdoing. And of course, at the appropriate time, that is why I didn't mention a name.
What's the nature of this wrongdoing?
Oh, please. Bojidi.
So, let's quickly look at this. You know, the way time flies, the Chief Justice removal, Justice Tokono, I could tell that was such a faith-shaking, situation for you, and you felt so hurt about it.
No.
To the point that you went all gun blazing at the judiciary, a place where you earn a living.
Oh, my Lord Bafubone is my very good friend. I don't know whether he still sees me as his best good friend. But, you've used this phrase, uneasy is the head that carries the crown, right? I don't do things personal. I'm the leader of a caucus, and I'm to take charge of caucus decisions. People should look at my reaction in the broader context of upholding rule of law, ensuring institutional independence, and not limited to a personal agenda to fight for a hero who is fallen. No. I believe that the way and manner that the whole exercise was carried was most unfair. To the extent that even today, cases that her ladyship, the Chief Justice Tokono, took to the Supreme Court have not been listed. There is no expeditious trial to at least deal with the issue.
Sometimes the fault is on the part of the lawyers. Do you know if the lawyers have pushed it? In the Court of Appeal, in the Supreme Court, you and I know that often you have to push it.
They'll be the devil's advocate on this, I agree. But I'm saying that the judiciary appears not to be in a hurry to dispense justice. And that is most unfair, considering the gravity of the matter and its constitutional implication. You see, Samson, it is today, there is a tomorrow. I will not say MPP, 8 years, everything was perfect. It couldn't have been. But this administration is to pick up the pieces and improve upon it. and say that, look, this thing happened yesterday, we will not allow it to happen today, we'll make things better.
People are looking for you to be consistent. That's what they want. So that if you say she's being treated wrongly, they wanted to have heard you say a similar thing was done to Charlotte and her deputies. That was wrong. They want you to look at it this way and say, oh, Justice Bafuboni has just also given a ruling. In fact, you had concluded that the EC and her deputies are gone. And here they are. They've not gone because the Chief Justice is the one that has saved them. The same Chief Justice that you called names.
Oh, you think so? First of all, I've not called my Lord Bafuboni names. I've not called him names. I have had concerns about the way and manner the judiciary itself, the Supreme Court, allowed themselves to be used as a vehicle to oust one of their own. I've told them privately and I've told them publicly. I've not changed from that. But I've not called him names.
You've called the judiciary to shameful animal farm conduct with their Pandai ruling. So and then when they overturn it, you go to praise them. Okay, so people are looking for the consistency.
So don't take me out of context. I singled out the conduct of the High Court judge in Tamale. I singled him out. Listen, you go to court, parties appear before you, you say that your ruling is ready. Then you just make a pronouncement. You promise them, come Friday. Friday, they are sitting in your court, and then from nowhere, they say, my Lord is indisposed. Meanwhile, you are in the office. And they say he's not in Accra. He's not in Tamale. He's being called to Accra. Look, I don't want to go there. We know what we know. But I remember Donald Rumsfeld said, there are some known unknowns, and there are known unknowns. There are things that we would not want to discuss in public. So let's leave it there. I wasn't wrong at all. I knew what I was saying. But let's leave it there.
You even let the CJ visit you.
Oh, but he's not decided. He's not saying he wants to.
He was doing that around.
But
we were asking if he was doing a thank you
tour. He was upset. I said he was on
But that was most unfair.
But he was on a thank you tour. He was on a thank you tour. He was thanking the stakeholders. Was there anything wrong with thanking the stakeholders? He was on a thank you tour. Samson.
You are happy about the overturn of the rerun for Pandai?
No, but that decision had a problem. So it was not, I mean, I didn't see it as an extraordinary.
So it is wrong if it does not align with your caucus?
No, not that. Don't get it wrong. We look at it case by case. It's not that we want everything to go in our favor. No. We look at situations case by case, Samson.
Right.
And if we criticize a decision, is there anything wrong with it? Our friends did worse things, didn't they?
The wrongs you have found in the Article 164 process, what are you doing as leader of your group or a leader in Parliament to change things?
Well, I think there's a whole constitutional review committee. The report is out. The Attorney General has written to us. In our caucus, we set up a committee working with the party. So I'm sure very soon our position will be made known. We presented a position to the committee,
right.
And then now that there's a whole legislation that is going to be kicked in, you hear from us.
I want to find out about your transition from majority leader to minority leader and how it feels now in the House. But just one question. In Ken's situation, will you advise that he comes down? Because it is said that it's hurting your party, and you have been preaching that everybody must support your party to make it win power in 2028.
I think Ken has his lawyers who are reviewing his case. He has lawyers in the United States. He has lawyers in Ghana. And he subjected himself to a judicial process. At this point, it's not about a personal view. It's about the person having taken a judicial step. Let it run its course.
Isn't the simple solution he coming to the country? That's all.
But the law also allows trial in absentia, doesn't it? The law also allows trial in absentia. So his coming in or not coming in, like what my Lord Apau said, that in proving a person's guilt, the accused does not play any role at all. You don't need him to play any role.
So that we set up a situation where if somebody does wrong, we can let them go wherever they want to go and then we try them in absentia.
No, Samson, at this point, we are talking as lawyers. My respected senior, the Attorney General, then as a professor at the university, took up the Tagore case. When all lawyers had given up, he took up the Tagore and Issa Abbas case.
Right.
And pursued it on appeal. And that judicial pronouncement is still profound. Okay? Where the lords, the judges at the Court of Appeal had the occasion to make very profound statements to the effect that in prosecuting a matter, the accused person does not play any role. It is not about what he has said. It is not about his physical presence or otherwise. It's about the prosecution proving essential ingredients of the offense, leading evidence, that evidence establishing a prima facie. At
that stage, the accused person would have participated by having their plea taken. They would have counsel who would do a cross-examination.
All of that, what I'm saying that if an accused person decides not to take advantage of these rights, enshrined in the Constitution, the law would have given him that space already.
All right. So let's not belabor that. I wanted to know your current circumstance. It must feel quite. That's like a difficult one for you.
Well, of course.
Your new reality. How are you coping with it?
Oh, nothing too strange. Nothing too new. It's rather quite involving because, you see, our party is a party of peers. In Parliament, you have your colleagues who are experts in their own rights. You cannot say that merely being the leader, you want to take advantage and do as you please. You cannot. You are the first among your equals. You need to do a lot of consultation, get divergent views. And the party outside Parliament, especially our Council of Elders, Samson, they don't rest. They are very active in this governance process, and you need to get their views.
You're having your say, the majority is having its way. That's a major difference, a marked difference.
Yeah, but sometimes they try to rush things through. But I respect them. I also don't envy Ayariga. Sometimes I've been there, so I know the situation he finds himself to do a pushback.
Perhaps my final question to you is that you've been accused of engaging in populism and obstructionism rather than constructive scrutiny.
Okay, I'm constructive. I'm not obstructive. Populism, I would accept it. It's part of politics. You must be populist to rally people behind you. A politician who has no populism blood in him cannot survive. So populism, I would accept. Obstructionism, no. The ministers of states, each one of them, if they would come and talk about our Fenyo market, they would be, and they want to be very honest, they would tell you that I am the most constructive character they have ever encountered in that chamber. Look, because I have been there before, I know how difficult it is to govern. I was majority leader in a hung parliament, and I will not do anything to undermine any minister.
All right.
Look, sometimes before I come out publicly to make a statement, I engage them. I won't take anybody out. Ask them. And any interview, ask them. I will tell them, oh, bro, this thing has come to my attention. What do you think? What is it? They would explain. I say, okay, you know, this is our position. It's not personal. And I move on. Because that relationship was well carved between Atufosin and I. Ato and I relate way back. But when he became minority leader and I was majority leader, there was an understanding between us that keep friendship, do your job. And I enjoyed it. Anytime I needed Ato's assistance and I would call and he wouldn't pick, I understood that to mean I disagree with you.
People have understood you to have an admirable posture when it comes to the question of loyalty. So maybe perhaps my very last question will be, this role, national role that you have on you, it must be affecting local development for your constituency, a Futu, or rather it's a benefit. And how do you see Bawumia leading you to victory in 2028?
God willing, he would win. I'm positive about that because his own posture after the election tells me that he's more than ready to get everybody on board. In politics, your ability to win is first putting all your own house in order. Of course, there are people who may not want to align with him. But any serious party member looking at the man's posture has no choice. If you love the party, that is our leader. Let's all rally behind him. He has a clear vision for the country. This is digitalization talk that people rejected. As a student of AI, I'm pursuing a program that is AI-based. And I look at it and say, wow, this is what the man was talking about, that the country did not understand him. But perhaps, as we move along, this vision of creating a digitalized economy would be appreciated. Let us give him the chance. He's been vice president. He's gotten the nod of the party. That is what we have.
All right.
And any serious party member has no choice. I have no choice. My loyalty is to him, to the party, his vision. And that is my commitment. And action will speak louder.
Thank you very much. That's Osahin Alexander Kwamina Afenyomaking, who is the minority leader in Parliament. And of course, I know many of you are still expecting me to ask a question I had asked him the other day, but he answered it sufficiently. We have heard the General Secretary also come to say that he's not under siege. There's no plan to remove him. And you've heard even the people who are being named as those who are potential in line to take over from him. Some say there's nothing like that. So I think we can put that to bed. Thank you so very much for making time to join us here.
It's a pleasure.
Right. Wish you the very best.
Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you. We'll be right back. This is Newsfile.
Ready for a smile makeover? Hi, I'm Tanya from Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana. Cosmetic dentistry services can enhance your smile's beauty and boost your confidence with a more attractive and radiant look. Whether you're interested in teeth whitening, veneers, or a complete smile transformation, an experienced dental team can help you achieve the smile of your dreams. The process begins with a consultation where we assess your oral health, discuss your specific concerns and goals to create a tailored treatment plan. While smile makeovers primarily focus on improving the appearance of the smile, they can also offer functional benefits such as better bite alignment, improved chewing ability, and enhanced overall health.
Healthy smile.
That you know and you know, so let's face it. You had me at hello. Hesitation never helps. How could this mean anything else? can say that I'm a fool, and I don't know very much, but I think.
Get ready for Ghana's biggest marketplace conversation. The Thrive 2030 project proudly presents the National Market Actors Forum, happening from 24th to 26th March 2026 at the Modern City Hotel, Tamale. We are inviting expressions of interest from actors in crop and plant-based value chains, tree crops and non-timber forest products, livestock and animal-based value chains, processing and agro-industrial value chains, handicraft and creative industries. Call 0547 918 817 0243 507 669 or 0241 178 948. Join us at the Market Actors Forum, where partnerships build prosperity.
Imagine waking up to fresh forest air, wildlife just a few steps away, and breakfast served in the heart of nature. This March, Joy FM is inviting you to escape the city properly. Friday the 20th and Saturday the 21st of March, we're taking you on the Joy FM Safari Experience 2026, a 2-day luxury adventure through Aqua Safari and Safari Valley. Picture this. We head to Aqua Safari, Lakeside Branch, Island Boat Rides, Segway Adventures, and just when you think it can't get better, we head to Safari Valley for pure relaxation and an evening bonfire and fun luxury cabins tucked away into nature. Then we rise early for a sunrise hike along the Kwiapim Ridge. Breathtaking views, golden light, and unforgettable moments. Guided wildlife encounters. This is not just a trip, it's nature, comfort, adventure. Curated the Joy FM way. Joy FM Safari Experience 2026, 20th and 21st of March. Limited spaces, premium experience. Single 5,000 CDs, double 8,000 CDs. Call or WhatsApp Slevin on 053 100 3813 to book your slot. Be part of this unforgettable escape, because sometimes the best way to reset is to get lost in nature in style.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fernart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fernart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden products that will last a lifetime. With Fernart Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernart, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernart Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303 966085 or 055 278 4097. Think wood, think Fernart.
Welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. We just had the first hour exclusive with the leader of the troop Osahin Fenyo Marking, Minority Leader, and the Honorable Member of Parliament for Efutu. And this show is brought to you by Bank of Africa, strong as a group and close as a partner, MTN everywhere you go. HSE University, educating ethical and entrepreneur leaders for Africa. Robert & Sons Optical Services, your comprehensive eye care service provider for 33 plus years. My Way Insurance, dial star 165 hash on MTN to join My Way today. Syntex Tanks, it's strong, it's tough. Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature. Gold Ball Jewelry, pure, precious, proudly Ghanaian. Koa Natural Juice, 100% cocoa fruit. And Malcolm, your number one shopping destination. Waylead, your trusted home builder. And Bethel Dental, the smile starts here. And I'm going to introduce my guest to you shortly, but instead of starting my take at the start of the show, this is where I bring Samson's Steak to you. It's really very brief, and I'm talking about what people feel is a sham of an alchemy, a sham of a nano clean for rivers. And I title my take, The Birim River Alchemy, The Cost of a Mirage. So, when someone tells you that they can purify a flowing river with $35 million, tell them I say they can't. Yes, tell them I say they can't. A running river cannot be purified except the pollution is stopped and time is allowed for the poisons to be flushed out. Nothing else works. That's not me speaking. This explosive reaction from Kofi Bentil perfectly captures growing public frustration with the EPA's proposed ionic nanocopper technology. His argument is as much about fiscal sanity as it is about environmental science. Bentil rightly asserts that academics in public office must be keenly aware of opportunity costs. Every dollar spent on an unproven miracle is a dollar taken from a viable solution. He questions the wisdom in spending scarce funds without a proper value for money evaluation, especially when the cost is a staggering $35 million for only one river, which he thinks inevitably will make the water bills unaffordable for Ghanaians. Like Bentil, the whole idea makes no sense to many. For as long as the source of pollution remains unchecked, that source is Galamsey. But beyond the economics, the warning bells by other experts escalate the concern. Dr. Akufo-Addo points to this technology as a cosmetic fix by acting as a flocculant. He says, a flocculant. He says it merely causes heavy metals to clump and sink to the riverbed, leaving them as a toxic secondary source of pollution. They will be stirred up. They will be ingested by aquatic life. That's another danger. We cannot ignore the alarm raised by Professor Paul Poku-Sampene Osei, who warns that the accumulation of copper can lead to oxidative stress and DNA damage. The caution here is simple. Science must serve the people, not bankrupt them or put their health at further risk. We do not take pleasure in confronting our experts in public office, but a lab theory is rushed into the field without accounting for long-term toxicity or the sheer impossibility of the cleaning a river while Galamsey still pours silt into it is questionable. In the circumstances, we must pause and let common sense in. Ultimately, the mirage of a clean river or a clear river is what is at stake. To prioritize a visual clear over a biological clean is a dangerous gamble. Until we have the political will to stop the poison at the source, that is galamsey, I dare say any multi-million-dollar chemical intervention is sheer waste. It is merely an expensive way to mask a national tragedy. But again, this is exactly how the crime of causing financial loss to the state smells, looks. And that will be my take. I'll be right back to engage my guests who are getting seated in the studio for the President's State of the Nation address, looking at it against your reality today. We'll be right back.
Good business means seeing the possibilities and maximizing opportunities. Making sure you have a responsive support system backs your business goals. A partner that gives you a stable platform with reliable connectivity and seamless solutions, and better understands the tools required to take you to the next level. With so many moving parts in running a business, we do our best to provide you with some stability. The only kind of stability you can find with MTN Business Broadband, the fastest and most reliable internet provider in Ghana, making sure you stay ahead and stay connected, because we understand what makes your business tick.
Sign up today on broadband.mtn.com.gh or call or WhatsApp 0244 308 111.
MTN.
Life can be giving it to you with like that. And everything around you will be affected big time. Too many uncertainties and fears. But with the right partner like Empo Life Insurance Ghana, you are sorted. Save back. You get the best healthcare, solid pension trust policies, and the peace of mind to grow your business and focus on what truly matters. Empo Insurance, empowering people.
Deserve. Dream.
What juice are you taking?
This is Sosоa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice.
Can I have a glass?
Of course.
Sosоa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice is not just your regular cocoa drink. This is an innovative juice made from the pulp of the cocoa fruit. Once the cocoa pod is harvested, the pulp, which would have been previously discarded, this time is set aside, and that is what is used to make your Sosоa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice. Not only is Sosоa refreshing, the taste is incredible.
Wow.
There is no added sugar, no additives, and no preservatives. 100% cocoa fruit juice. Don't worry, you won't be left out.
Wow, this is unbelievable. I would take this anytime, any day.
Willow Lane, where love blooms. The foundation of a beautiful home is love, and the surprises that syncopate the expected and boring routines. When your love enters your space, and there's room enough to twirl and swirl in the calming and soothing atmosphere big enough to share. Enjoying the vastness of your patience and the aroma from your classy kitchen. Ascending a well-lit staircase to enter a peaceful terrace with bird's eye view of the world. to pour into each other, toasting to endlessly blissful love until one dives into the other's essence. Willow Lane, where love blooms. Call us on 0240-111119 to book a tour.
Dear Gold Board Jewelry customers and value supporters, on behalf of the board, management, and the entire team at Gold Board Jewelry Limited, I extend our heartfelt gratitude for your invaluable support and contributions. It is because of you that we continue to stand strong and grow. As we enter this beautiful month of love in February, we're excited to reciprocate your loyalty by offering amazing discounts across our entire range of products. We want to celebrate you and give you the perfect opportunity to celebrate your loved ones. Visit any of our showrooms at your convenience, choose any item, including our popular gold tablet, and enjoy this special discount. Yes, the offer applies to everything in our collection. Once again, thank you for your continued trust and support. Together, we are building something truly special for Mother Ghana and the African continent, transforming our precious gold into world-class jewelry that proudly showcases Ghanaian craftsmanship and heritage. We look forward to serving you even better.
Welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. And my guest for this segment, second segment, call it the main discussion. I've joined me, Godwin Eduji Tameklo. He is a lawyer and acting chief executive officer of the National Petroleum Authority. Are you still acting?
I've gone past.
Yes, you are not. Thank you very much for making time to join us.
Thank you.
And happy belated birthday.
Thank you.
Your birthday was all over. You are a big man. Oh.
I beg you.
Hey.
I'm a full soldier.
When was the birthday?
The whole of social media, he took over. Okay. The whole country known as social media. The whole continent.
Thank you.
All right. We wish you the very best.
Thank you.
One of the youngest appointees that the president has brought into office, like including the Sami Jamfis, who are showing that young people can do the job if they are given the job. Next to him is Victoria Bright, international corporate lawyer and entrepreneur. Fred Janku is development economist and associate professor at ISE, University of Ghana. He joins us via Zoom. Professor Bafo Agyeman-Rawlings is here. He's former UN senior governance advisor, committed to the advocacy that is needed to put this country where it belongs. Dennis Miracles Abuaje is director of communications, Baumia campaign. So, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to Newsfile.
Good morning.
Right. So, the president has been talking to us yesterday, and he's been churning out the figures that you can't help but be excited at. But the question we ask is that people's real, true reality? First, let's listen to the president briefly and then come to the studio.
To address the high cost of power, the government...
President Mahama says the new approach will save the nation approximately 250 million cedis, with about 1.1 billion in legacy debt restructured for payment between 2026 and 2028.
To address the high cost of power, the government has successfully renegotiated existing power purchase agreements. Engagements with the 9 independent power producers have resulted in a 250 million immediate savings and 1.1 billion of legacy debts restructured for payments between the period 2026 and 2028. These revised agreements will be submitted to Cabinet, and I'm pleased to inform you, Mr. Speaker, will be brought here to Parliament for ratification.
The president also recounted that the country's energy sector had been plunged into a serious crisis in early 2025 as a result of financial constraints.
Mr. Speaker, in January 2025, we inherited an energy sector on the brink of collapse. That had been precipitated by a severe financial crisis. The sector was burdened with a staggering debt of 80 billion Ghana cedis.
President Mahama also disclosed that the Tema oil refinery has been revived, with the company beginning the processing of crude oil into petroleum product for the first time since 2018.
Mr. Speaker, I'm also pleased to announce to you that Tema oil refinery is back. I'm pleased to inform this August House that for the first time since 2018, the refinery has commenced processing of crude oil into petroleum products again.
President Mahama further noted that the government between January and December 2025 settled all outstanding gas invoices owed in the energy sector.
Between January and December 2025, through carefully coordinated policy actions, the government settled all outstanding gas invoices that were owed to ENI and Vitol, amounting to approximately $500 million.
The president also announced that 200 out of 400 targeted communities have been connected to the national grid under the Rural Electrification Program.
Under the Rural Electrification Program, 200 out of the 400 targeted communities have been connected to the national grid, with a further 100 at various stages of completion. The national electricity access for Ghana today stands at 89.05. We are committed to ensuring that every Ghanaian has access to reliable, affordable electricity. Those hardships on its citizens. We've just begun to emerge from the most devastating economic crisis in our nation's recent history. This crisis was triggered by general financial indiscipline, huge deficits, and massive debts that were occasioned by persistent and budgeted expenditure to meet the ends of convenient politicking. In the last week, we have had to take the painful but necessary decision to revise the producer price of cocoa to achieve competitive pricing and resolve the acute liquidity challenges in the sector. Mr. Speaker, failure to do this as others did and left a debt of 32 billion for this government to pay. Failure to do this would have meant borrowing billions in borrowed funds. Mr. Speaker, this unplanned expenditure would have taken us right back to the very devastating economic problem we have only recently begun to escape. So, Mr. Speaker, while fully understanding the concerns and protests of our farmers, I can firmly assure them that the reforms announced by government will see a total transformation of the cocoa sector. And it will guarantee them a fair and transparent price that enables them to meet the cost of producing the commodity and making decent margins. Our reserves currently stand at $13.8 billion from $9 billion at the end of 2024. This covers 5.7 months of import. A key driver of this development has been the establishment of the Ghana Gold Board. By formalizing gold exports, we have reduced smuggling We have increased recorded exports in the artisanal and small-scale mining sector from 63.6 tons to 103 tons. And we've channeled that foreign exchange into our economy. Mr. Speaker, when the cedi stabilizes, imported inflation falls, businesses can plan better, and household incomes improve. Mr. Speaker, as global uncertainty grows, it is necessary for us to reduce our country's exposure to external shocks, break the cycle of economic downturns, and safeguard our macroeconomic stability.
Right, so that's the president giving us all the figures that make you smile, particularly knowing where we are coming from as a country just not too long ago. Well, the minority would rather that we focus on cocoa. Let's begin with Eduji Tamaklo. So, yes, and we're trying to reflect, you know, the big picture, like Afia Makin said, now, macroeconomics
no, inflation
yesterday he said macroeconomics so we want to reflect all of these on people's reality. Over 13,300 nurses and midwives have been employed, and yet there's a no-bed syndrome going on. He talks about what is going to happen, smart meters, about how many of them are being brought, and yet the power situation is very terrible, and I have suffered it personally, so I know what I'm talking about. The credits just vanishing. The cocoa haircut. Now there are petitions to OSP and also to Shraj, among others, and we see the indiscipline in our schools, and we are looking also at the safety, issue of safety. Our tomato, sellers only last week got into trouble, and now our fisher folk are also in trouble. So reflect these bigger picture to this.
Thank you. I think, so once again, good morning to you. Good morning to Prof. And good morning to my learned senior, Vicky Bright. That said, I think it's worthy that I say good morning to our cherished viewers who have been very loyal to this platform. That said, I think it's important that we frame the conversation well. It's a proper framing of the conversation that will give an understanding what the state of the nation today is. First of all, President John Mahama took over an economy that was globally acclaimed to be in a junk status, because for the benefit of our international relations, there are global rating agencies that properly frame how you're doing in terms of your international image. And at a point in the history of this country, we were ranked junked baller. It's also important to make the point that President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo took this country at a point where our public debt was 122 billion Ghana cedis. And by the time he was leaving office, our public debt rose to 726.5 billion Ghana cedis. That's about 500 billion Ghana cedis added in the space of 8 years. It's also important to make the point that we had a situation where post-structural adjustments, never have we seen inflation get to the point where we recorded 54% inflation. And at that time, there were only 2 countries south of the Sahara that were doing better than South Sudan and Zimbabwe. It's also important to make the point that at a point, Ghana's, you had a situation where the exchange rate, and we all do agree that we are a net, importer. We are not a net exporter when you put everything together. So you had a situation where the Ghana cedi at a point traded 17 Ghana cedi to $1. That was the state of affairs that President Mahama took this country from. Now, by reason of assembling a certain level of competent, managers of the Ghanaian economy, it's instructive to note that today the record is simple. as at December, the Ghana cedi traded 10.5 Ghana cedi for $1. Unprecedented. Today, as we speak, inflation, which used to be somewhere 54%, had come down to 3.6%. Now, when we say inflation is at 3.6%, it does not mean disinflation. By disinflation, we mean prices falling. What it simply means is that even if prices are rising, the rate of increase is 3.6%, so that we don't confuse the two. Today, as we speak, through prudent management of the economy, the public debt today had come to a point of stability because there's a foreign component of the public debt. So once your exchange rate is managed properly, we have made a savings of 82.1 billion Ghana cedis, Samson. That 82.1 billion Ghana cedis ordinarily would have been interest payment to some people. That today is saving simply by reason of the exchange rate being stable. That amount can do free SHS. That amount can get us more beds in our hospitals. That amount can get us more roads being fixed. That amount can get us more water. It's instructive to note. There's something that I need to point out here. You do know that in 6 years, we went for, $11 billion in Eurobonds in 6 years. If you add the Franklin Templeton 2.25 billion to it, what it means is that in 6 years, we did $13 billion in Eurobond. Now, that $13 billion in Eurobond, do you know how much interest we paid on it? On the Franklin Templeton bond alone, we did almost 2.7 billion Ghana cedis in interest payment alone.
And let me say, this is supposed to be your preliminary, overview. I'm just setting because I'll come back to you on the specifics.
So the point I am making is that if you look at the numbers, just one bond, we are doing 2.7 billion in interest payment. Imagine for us what you can do with 2.7 billion Ghana cedis in interest payment alone. Now, to the glory of God, in 1 year, we've not gone for $1 bond. What we have done through innovation, ingenuity, thinking outside the box, Gold Board alone has done, in terms of forex repatriation into the economy, $10 billion at a cost of 200 and something, million. So if you do the numbers, you can see that the competent managers of the economy today has positioned this country on the path of growth, on the path of confidence. Bank of Ghana and with the finance ministry recently issued out some treasury bills. And let me say, treasury bills today had come to record low level, almost 6.1.
Yeah, we are not exactly happy.
Level. I know you will not be
at all.
Usually for lawyers, it's treasury bill that is their snits. The treasury bill is usually their snit.
We are not happy at all.
They are not happy, but it's good. It's healthy for the economy. It will not crowd out public investment, or because once the banks know that this is it, they can give it to businesses. They wouldn't be crowding out, and which is good for the economy. Senior, do you know, as we speak, the Ghanaian economy, in terms of the size, in terms of growth, the GDP, by the time President Mahama took over in 2024, was $83 billion. Today, as we speak, we are doing $113 billion in the space of 1 year. Some have described this as a miracle. But I think it's thoughtful and intentional, deliberate policy by government to reposition the Ghanaian economy well. And I want to, just by way of prelim, if you go on YouTube, and everyone watching me, there's a known Ghanaian, I'm sure an American as well, who is a comedian, and his name is Michael Blankson.
Yeah.
When you go to YouTube, the state of the economy and the states, in terms of our international imagery, on YouTube, if you follow him, is that on YouTube he has it, Ghana stole my $1.2 million.
I remember that.
Yes, I remember.
That is the image, to the point that at a point, this country had obtained a dubious distinction to international investors. The same person today referenced and said, thanks to President Mahama, my savings in Ghanaian sovereign bonds, I'm getting my returns.
At conferences, including in Kenya, we heard how they said that Ghana is an example of how not to manage an economy.
Absolutely. Now, so I want to make the point that President Mahama yesterday, consistent with the strictures of Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution, did not say that he's done with his 4-year mandate. What he has said is that within a year, having been given the mandate consistent with the social contract with the people of this country, this is what I've been able to do. Okay. Is there any room for improvement? The president concedes that there is more room for improvement. Right. However, he encourages all of us to put our hands on the wheel so that together we can drive this country to the path of prosperity for all.
Let me take Vicky's preliminary comments, and then Fred will follow, and then we have Prof also share his views with us. Of course, there are people who have been talking about various sectors of the economy where they feel cushioned. Food prices, people make confessions about food prices. If nothing at all, there's been a certain stability. People talk about going to the pumps today, and of course, those of us who drive long distances to places and use cars that, consume a lot, it's easy to be able to share in that kind of joy. But the question is stability, how this can remain, if at all. Okay. So let me go to Fred, because they are the ones who have been, crunching the numbers and without political thinking cap around them. Yes, Fred.
Samson, thank you for having me.
Yeah, the president painted such a good picture for us. It looks like we are on our way to heaven, but that's not the reality.
Thank you, Samson, and apologies I couldn't join in the studio because I'm not in the country. Well, as an academic, I'm going to approach this, as you rightly said, from a non-partisan lens. So a Sona, a State of a Nation address, is normally a statement of ambition, and as I looked at the summaries that were provided, you will see a lot of ambition and also a statement of fact, what the numbers show regarding the macroeconomy. But, the analytical question, however, is whether what we are seeing is sustainable. Remember that when we talk about a reset, which is what we are talking about, what the government talks about, what the president talks about, it paints a picture of restoring macro stability, right? Stability in inflation, which we are seeing, sustainable public financing, exchange rate predictability. And here the issue is predictability. And I've done some work that has shown that even though we've achieved, the city has appreciated, stability is still an issue if you look at it over the period. We've seen renewed investment confidence, which is good, which is part of the macroeconomic stability that we're talking about. But the issue is that stabilization is not instantaneous, right? So you can't really use 1 year achievement to be confident about stabilization. Is good. What we've done so far, what the country has done so far is commendable, is good, but we have to be cautious. We have to look, when you talk about stabilization, it's more...
I don't understand you. You can't use 1 year to measure like how. I was watching Trump when he was giving the State of the Union address, and he also said the same thing. He said, what 1 year can do in an economy, That's what we are also experiencing as Ghanaians, right?
That's true.
It's a market difference, is it not?
Well, it is. It is because those indicators that we normally cite have improved. But my caution here is that when you talk about stability, you need to be looking medium term. If we're able to sustain it, as the trajectory continues, right, then we're in a good place. So I'm just cautioning that using just a 1 year period to talk about stabilization is good. Things have stabilized. When you compare 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025, we've seen some good, movement in the right direction.
Do I hear you say, like in Chi, mehubida, anaye hubida? Because I remember 2017, 2018, I remember how Akufo-Addo was excited and touting the economy and Kenoforiata, everybody, and he was getting awards and being celebrated outside of the country.
Exactly my point. My point is that we should be happy where we are compared with where we were 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Okay, let's not discount that. I'm not talking about us discounting it. I'm just saying that we need to continue on the right path. It requires sustained discipline over several years. The real test is not whether stability has been achieved in 1 year, but it is whether the policy trajectory is credible and consistent over the medium term. If we're able to do that, then I'll be happy, and every Ghanaian will be happy.
So sorry, Doc, but answer this for me. Is the policy trajectory credible? That's the question you raise. Is it credible? How is it to be sustained?
At this moment, I don't have any doubt. I can't see anything at the moment to doubt its credibility, right? But because of history, because of where we've been and where we came to and where we are today, I adopt a kind of wait and see attitude, although I want to be optimistic because everybody wants things to go well.
Yeah. So in this economy, we know that it is propped up by gold. So touch wood, our prayer should be that things should not go, gold should not suffer the cocoa scenario, right? Because cocoa has taken a nosedive of about 70%, drop in the price since it went to $11,000 per ton.
Exactly. Let me just paint for you a bit of, because these issues are structural, right? If we step back and look at the macroeconomic fundamentals over the past decade, for example, I was looking at the data. I want to mention 3 core patterns, right? First of all, Ghana has spent an average of about 36% of government revenue on interest payments over the period. Right? Because these are structural issues. I don't want to focus on just a year. The year is important, but let's focus on structural issues. But this 36% compared to, even if you look at the sub-Saharan African average, is 8% of government revenue that go into interest payment. We are doing about 36% in a decade. That's first. That means that more than 1/3 of every CD collected goes into servicing past debt rather than financing new capital formation. Now, second, if you look at government's investment path, our capacity to create growth, right? That has fallen from about 27% of GDP in 2015 to just about 10% recently. It means that we are investing, our investments in fiscal capital, or our investment capacity, our capital investment in the economy has declined. Now, that's important because it helps us look into the future, right? It's not just a one-term thing. Now, the third thing I want to mention is, so this talks about fiscal space, right? We talked about fiscal space. Let's talk about growth. Now, if you look at our GDP per capita growth, it's been very unstable, right, over time. And these 3 indicators point to a structural issue in our economy. So we need to look at this structural. If we don't fix the structural issues, what will happen is that if gold is doing well, if cocoa is doing well, and then comes down, we'll come back and talk about the same thing that we've been discussing over the years. So that's why I want us to, take our eyes back a little bit and look at the structural issues in our economy. Because until these structural issues are fixed, we'll be happy for 1 year. But if things don't continue in this trajectory, we'll come back and be discussing the same things we were discussing 3 years ago, 4 years ago.
But overall, if you were marking, what's the name? John Mahama for a paper that he would have submitted on the management of the economy, let's check if you are very stingy with your marks.
We don't want to use it.
That's over what? Over 10? If we're looking at macroeconomic stability, at least you want the core indicators to be pointing in the right direction, right? Your exchange rate, your inflation rate, fiscal space, all these things.
They are on point.
For now, they are pointing in the right direction. So I don't want to give a score now, but I will say that we are so far in the right direction. Let's sustain it over a long period of time. Look, to be able to structurally transform, you must be growing between GDP per capita of between 4 to 6% over a long period of time. When I looked at the data over a decade, we are doing about 2.3%. So that's not good enough, right? We need this to continue growing at about 5 to 6% for about 20 years. Then we can talk about transformation.
Right. Okay, thank you very much. Hold on there for me. Yes, Vicky, what's your general view? And welcome, Dennis.
Awesome. Good morning to your view.
Dennis is a cocoa farmer.
Oh.
As for him, on Teshe, once the cocoa is not sold, once the cocoa price is going down,
he can't just be a miraculous cocoa farmer. I know. I mean, I'll tell you the GPS.
He tells you exactly where his cocoa farm is with specific. The description is
in the sea.
Please don't doubt it.
I don't just own it. I
don't doubt it.
I work with the
right. Yes, Vicky.
Okay. I think my view is more or less the same as everyone's view. The president presented us with a stabilization narrative. And we can't deny that. I mean, our currency is stronger. We have lower debt ratios, higher reserves, lower inflation.
Correct.
The gold exports have been institutionalized under the gold board, and the cocoa sector reforms will be presented. So I think we'll hold our horses a little bit on that to see how that's meant to be operationalized. So what we are all hoping and praying for is that the reforms don't just end up being fiscal corrections following the extreme difficulties that we found ourselves in not too long ago. But they operate in such a way that in the long term, they prevent a relapse, because that has been a trajectory. We do well and then we go back. 2 steps forward, 4 steps back. So we don't want that. So we're all hoping and praying that this time it stays. It stays. So yes, the government's macroeconomic recovery, I think, is very commendable. But unless these fiscal discipline, export diversification, energy reforms, and enforcement independence are locked into our systems, they have to be locked into our systems, then the recovery risks become what I said. They become cyclical rather than permanent. They are not structural, and that is what we want, which is what my colleague was talking about earlier.
The question is if you have faith that we could get to the place that you are projecting.
I think so. I think we have to. We don't have a choice. I mean, if we are to move this country forward, we have to get to that place.
Or perhaps it's because the IMF is sitting over us.
But thankfully, we are in the process of getting out.
And when we do, normally,
then
the epileptic conduct of our drinking behavior begins.
We go
that
wild.
drunkard who promises every time that I'll stop. Today I have stopped. I won't do it again.
It's like, someone who just comes into money, they pay off their debts, then they get given a lot of money, and then they go wild.
Right.
Exactly. No, so we can't keep doing the same things over and over again and expect a different result. And I'm hoping that this time things will be done differently. But then this stability that we can all see and which we have to acknowledge has to translate into money in our pockets, lower cost of living for the ordinary Ghanaian, for all of us, increased real wages, sustained SME growth, because SME in any country, they drive the economy, and reduce youth exclusion, because I know that the employment figures, according to the Ghana Statistical Service, between Q1 and Q3 last year went up by 1 million, and that's great. But it's a question of when you look at the other side of the coin and the 1.95 million youth who are not in employment training or whatever, then it means that a fifth of our youth are actually excluded.
They don't have the skill, nothing.
Yes, and they are excluded. Totally
that tells you the importance of the free SHS, right?
Yes. So, so we have to look at that. And the jobs that are being created, are they formal jobs? Are they informal? Are they seasonal? Are they permanent? Private sector, public sector? Because we can't also pack people into the public sector. It then leads us to the same problems, So these are some of the finer details which we have to really look at. And then the 24-hour economy, the president spoke about that as well, that he signed the legislation now. It's now law. I think we're all excited to wait to see how that will actually work out from an implementation point of view, because, that is what will determine the success or otherwise of this policy. And also, we need to have, for it to work anyway, we need reliable power. We need to make sure our security services are on point.
You mean cheap and reliable power?
Cheap and reliable power. And some exemptions, because what we didn't hear was how, if you're a businessman listening and eagerly waiting to see how that will benefit your business, we didn't really hear, or we haven't heard yet, I'm sure at some point it will come, how that's going to work. Import duties, tax exemptions. Are you going to have lower electricity tariffs?
Repeating what Afenyoman King said a while ago on this show, but the project comes, and the president mentions capital investment in equipment and so on, that will come with an exemption on tax, like it was done for the 1D, 1F.
Yes, so that's what I'm saying. What form will it take? Tax exemptions, great. Businesses need, look, you need to empower businesses to move, because we all use the sentence loosely that, the private sector must be the engine of growth. We can say that in our sleep. But that statement is actually a very profound statement when you unpack it, because a lot has to go into making that happen.
The man you advised when he was in power, he popularized it. The private sector is the engine of growth.
And he actually achieved that, in my view. He achieved that. The one thing that I was also happy about was to see on the anti-corruption side, to see the EOCO, the amount EOCO has actually recovered so far for the country. 600 million is a lot of money. And it's, when you think about the fact that it's a huge pot of money.
They don't tell us, he doesn't tell us within what period, whether for the life of EOCO or for the last how many years. I doubt it is the last 1 year.
Yeah, so we need to know that. We need to know over what period.
Because he pegs it to the number of cases they are doing.
The 462.
Yes, and I doubt that is within a year.
So we need to understand what that figure represents. And there are some ongoing prosecutions. It would be helpful to also know how much they expect to recover from those ongoing prosecutions. Illegal mining dockets and all that were spoken about, that's fine. But the one thing I was actually happy about was what we've all been saying all along, that look, these guys who are being arrested are just pawns. You know, they're just pawns in the game. The real kingpins, the brains and the power behind...
He made it a campaign pledge.
Yes, illegal miners are hiding. And so you can arrest 10,000, 100,000 of these young kids, but you won't achieve anything unless you go behind and find out who is actually driving these things. And so these are some of... I'll pause here because these are preliminary comments.
Okay, thank you very much. And I was going to go to Prof, but there's something Prof does when he's on this show, and it helps me such a great deal, especially when you have these two guys around. So let me hear Dennis before I come to Prof.
I'm not sitting in between them.
Yes.
At that time I was.
But the sitting arrangement ought to be real.
Yes.
Maybe I should sit in between them.
Yeah. Normally we would deliberately put Prof in the middle. Yes, Dennis. Like Osahi and the mighty minority, once cocoa farmers are not getting the prices they want, this is nothing for you, right?
Well, I mean, good morning to my seniors here. It's not just cocoa farmers. I think the state of the nation is just the aggregation of every person within the state. And so if you have majority of the elements within the state not doing so well, that is what we tell on the state.
Is that where we are?
I think so.
Majority of the elements
I've made the point,
not doing well.
I've made that point here severally, and it's without emotions, it's just facts. I mean, Lawyer Duji made some very factual points. The macroeconomic performance in the last 1 year is without doubt. There is no debate about that. There is no conversation on that. The fact that we've seen unprecedented improvement in inflation, never seen before. I doubt even first world countries see this kind of macroeconomic improvement in such a short period. No discussion on that. The fact that we've seen some very heavy strength from our currency is without doubt. And of course, in a country like ours, once you have these indicators improving, it would affect a lot of other things. The details as to whether it's sustainable, based on what is driving it, is another conversation. And it's time for the government to actually sit back and be honest with themselves, because we are going to hold them to their words. First of all, you need to begin to tell the Ghanaian people what is driving this improvement, so that should anything go wrong, which we are not praying for, you don't come back with excuses.
At least you've told us about gold.
We've seen too many of them, exactly. And we've always made a point about gold. And we've said that if gold is what is driving us, that we are in trouble. Because we don't control it. We have absolutely zero control, like we are seeing with cocoa. It goes down one night and everything is in shambles.
Have you seen the promise of diversification, as Vicky pointed out?
To the extent that the government communications minister, when I was coming, was saying somewhere on another platform that if they had not given the cocoa farmers the haircut, the economy would have collapsed, and that they did that to save the economy.
The President Mahama said that yesterday.
Perfect. So you see, I am drawing our attention that in spite of the politics, we have a country to run. I have said it here, that the government's performance in the last 1 year has benefited, in my view, some 10 to 15% of the population. No doubt about that.
10 to 15%?
Yes. The person that imports directly and so need Forex benefited big time. That person cannot debate or fight this government. The person that pays anything, whether goods or services, in dollar, benefited. Who drives to the fuel station to buy fuel into their vehicle or plant or machinery, benefited.
But the person joining the trotro also benefits.
He hasn't. That is where the issue comes in. In Accra, the data is that between 75 to 80% of people who live in Accra rely on commercial vehicles. They are not getting access to the vehicles. And as a result of that lack of supply, it is increasing the prices. So today, people have to wake up at 3 a.m. so they can get to work at 8:30 a.m., which they are late anyway. And they have to leave the office at 5.
But that's not a new phenomenon.
No. You see, making a point. None of the things happening are new. We have seen inflation going above 50% in this country before. It's not new. And we have seen inflation come down before. So none of the things are new. We are talking about a government that has come in place to fix the situation. Don't take us back to what is new or what is not new. If that is the case, then get out. But before I even make my point, let me just do some factual. Once we are discussing economics, we must be factual with the issues. So, Edudzi is first a politician, a lawyer before all of these things. He likes to garnish the issues. They did not inherit inflation.
But he has an economics background too.
No, but I know him. I know him very well. Data can be used for anything. His government did not inherit inflation at 54%. So,
of course, that was in 2022.
No, but so it's disingenuous.
No, but I never said.
No, please hold.
No, you did. You mentioned.
No, I said at a. Hold on.
Yeah.
On this platform, I said at a point inflation.
Yes.
The only two countries were better.
I was actually about to interject when you said that because it was unfair. You were using figures at 2024. But when it came to inflation, you went to 2022.
No. I moved from 54
don't invite him again.
Don't worry.
Don't invite him.
Oh, you could have,
right. I won't invite. Right.
Please don't invite me again.
I would say what you said wrong, but
if you invite me, I'll come.
So it's disingenuous for you to be having a conversation in this manner, and then you are talking. So what you are saying is that inflation has moved from 54 to 3. No, it's not true. Whatever it is that your government has done to drive inflation down, moved it from 23% to 3%. That's fact. Immediately you bring in 54%, we'll question what other extraordinary thing you've done, because it means that you've doubled the effort to be able to drop it from 54 to 3. So don't do that. You did not inherit the exchange rate at 17. Again, don't do that. But let's move on. This government, I think, is refusing to take responsibility for anything that affects the Ghanaian people, except the macroeconomic indicator that there is no debate, which we all know that the driving force is the high international market price for gold. That is all. The one thing. One single thing is what has driven us to where we are now. One thing. One. High international market price for gold. Tomorrow, the question we are asking our government to answer is tomorrow, should gold drop tomorrow morning to $2,000? Can we survive?
He says by the projection, the president says by the projection, gold prices will continue to do well for the next 3 years.
I mean, we woke up this morning and America has attacked Iran.
We never thought it would happen.
You understand? We woke up this morning and the US has attacked Iran. You and I went to bed, woke up the next day, and there is something called COVID. We thought it was a joke, and it ran for 3-4 years, disrupted the global economy. So that question is legitimate. Listen, some say go and pick their budget. Look at all the real sectors of the economy. None of them are progressing. This is not personal. This is just economics. This is just people who are worried about the realities that could hit us if we don't halt this government and get them to face the facts and deal with the fundamentals. Listen, you talk about macroeconomy. What is macroeconomy without its positive impact on micro? The whole essence of macroeconomic management is the output on the microeconomy. He is an economist. He knows that. If you drive your macroeconomic indicators to the best of numbers and your micro is not positively affected, you've done nothing. And my brother Kofi Tonto has a point he makes, which I would make it here. He says that I am sick. I had a previous doctor who couldn't heal me, and my sickness kept lingering. Then you came and said, I can cure this guy. For 1 year, you've actually concocted and come up with the potion, the medicine, and it's in a package, and giving it to me. I keep drinking. I am not healing, but all you keep telling me is that at least I've been able to give you medicine. The other one couldn't give you anything.
That sounds like an account proverb.
So, Prof, the reality is that, and this is not personal, this is not politics. The reality is that we were sick. Everybody admits that. Even the president, then another Akufo-Addo, admitted that. To the point where he said, some of the things where we are, when the new leader takes over, he will drive it. Now you've come. All you have done is to show us a package, branded with medicine, supposedly to be taken 3 times a day, morning, afternoon, evening. We've been taking it for 1 year. One thing is true. You have given us medicine. But the other truth is that the medicine is not curing us. Why am I saying this? Look at every aspect of our economy and tell me, which aspect of our economy has been positively affected by these things, except the 10% that I have admitted? Even some of the few areas that these macroeconomic indicators have affected positively, the counter effect, they haven't been able to deal with. The cocoa situation we have, one of the biggest reasons why we are in the situation we are in now is that the forex economic policy decisions you took has a counter effect on cocoa. You didn't prepare for it. When you were driving your currency strength up and driving dollar down with just buying gold and putting it into the forex market, you forgot that you also export, and that the more dollar you bring, and the cedi also has a certain impact. So if cocoa today, for example, if dollar today was 14 cedis, cocoa farmers would not suffer, even though the international price has dropped. So whilst they were doing that, they forgot to deal with that aspect of it. Nobody is saying don't drive the currency strength, but I'm saying that whilst you are doing it, remember that there's another side that you have to deal with. Look at teachers, look at nurses.
So we will reflect reflect the state of the nation by the president on these issues, the way we have done them. Okay. So far you've spoken longer than anybody, so hold it there for me. Those will be your preliminary comment. But do you see a positive, future in the next year or two?
I have always said that there's something good this government is doing when it comes to the macro. All of us want to see.
No, I'm talking about how it will reflect.
I don't. I actually has a very gloomy, negative outlook. Because of the very important and factual point I have made. The basis, the foundation on which this current macroeconomic strength has been built is weak, and we don't control it.
Okay, thank you. Now hold it there. Prof. Bafo-Adjumandua, I know that...
Applause miracle.
Well, let me not say I know, I don't know. What do you say? Sitting back, watching the president, and I know, people like you have time, you have watched, like, say, President Trump. To be frank, I like the way President Trump did his State of the Union and brought in various individuals and took his time to reflect on their lives and the things that have happened to them and so on and so forth. Even though the Democrats, sat down for almost the entire time, they won't get up and clap.
He wasn't happy with the Supreme Court judge.
Yes. He took them on right there in front of him.
Their faces.
The lapdogs.
Yeah. Okay. So... Like I could reflect what President Mahama was doing on what Trump was doing. He was talking about the jobs that have the economy. He says it's gotten better, bigger, and it will be whatever. President Mahama says we should get our allowance, and that we are in some plane that's about to take flights. And so we have to get ready. What do you say?
Actually, every president comes to address the nation through the Sona, and they will always tell us things are looking up. They have to do that, because if you're a leader, you're not going to tell your people, hey, things are so gloomy, let's start packing. So I expect every president, including the American president, as you refer to come and just give out the spirit of people for them to believe that things are either doing well or going to do well. So that's expected. But of course, I also observed that the president came in fully confident, with broad smiles, because truly, as all my colleagues have said, the first year has been a very good year for the government and therefore for the people of Ghana. And I do appreciate the point made by Miracle that certainly if you are connecting the macro to the micro, you're going to find some disconnect, which is also true. But the fact is that if you consider where we were yesterday to where we are today, then we have every reason to feel good. All the indicators are strong, okay? But then before even I come there, let me also jump to the conclusion of the president. For me, it was the best part for me. His conclusion was superb. Rallying the people to come together, to fight together. That is my best part of the presentation. And I'm hoping that somehow, as we go forward, he will find some practical ways to put us together. Because this division, that tends to drive our economies back and forth. We keep marking time. It's all because of the serious national divide that we have. So that was the best part. But on a more substantive issue, I think the conversation, as I've heard from my colleagues, they all drill down to one thing. And I'm going to refer to President Akufo-Addo when he came in with its great idea of the Gadgetsburg economy. The Gadgetsburg economy. We have 8 years for him. I personally did not see much in terms of changing that important concept that he threw at us. We should have.
He promoted the policy of Ghana Beyond.
Oh my goodness.
Aid.
Beautiful policy, but hollow, because there was nothing to it. And in fact, the day he proclaimed that, I was with my friends at CDD. We all jumped for joy, because that should be the ultimate for any country like Ghana.
The French president praised him. The whole world, he was being praised.
Correct.
In a similar fashion as John Mahama is being praised for the Accra reset, you know.
Yeah, well, you know, our foreign friends will praise you if you say something like that, but they watch to see how you move with it, because the obstacles in the way are normally placed by themselves. So those things we can live with it. But more seriously, I think after achieving these initial macro economic successes, the challenge for me, and most of you have referred to that, is the sustainability. And also the fact that the Ghanaian economy is still a neo-colonial economy and is very, very vulnerable to shocks in the global market economy. And all the commodities that are driving us currently are all commodities that we do not control. That's where the danger is. So as we move on with this, I would like to see a more aggressive policy towards achieving certain self-sufficiency in areas that we're spending so much money and resources. Importing food. And I know we're going to discuss the tomato crisis. That Ghana should sit here today, go to Burkina to import tomatoes on a Sahelian country. And we, with all the fertile land around us, we cannot produce enough tomatoes. Just think of that alone.
Without their tomatoes, we're already getting into trouble.
There you go. Yeah. And if you're talking about the dangers of dependency, not even on the global level, this is it. So I am waiting anxiously to see how the president follows these initial successes with concrete and aggressive policies for self-sufficiency in the food that we eat. I admire the initiative for Feed the Nation. In a way, it was for me, knowing a champion, I said, this, mimicking a champion. And let me tell you, in the 2016 campaign, the president made it clear that if he won that election, he will introduce Operation Feed Yourself. And Julius Deborah, who is the chief of staff, did the same. I have sources. I've quoted this in the book I wrote on a champion. And again, if you know the history, it was during that period that President Mohammed's father became one of the best farmers in the area of rice, exporting rice. And I think because of the suspicion that perhaps he had connection with the champion, that's why he even left to go to Nigeria for safety. So there is a history behind that. And I expect the president to take this seriously so that at least tomato, plantain, pepper, all these things, if we can do that and become self-sufficient, most of the other problems we can control. So again, my point is simple. Let us now begin to look at how we change the Gadgetsburg economy. Let us begin, and this is what my colleagues and the economists who came on earlier referred to as the structural issues. Structurally, we are tied to the global economy. And so far as we are tied to that, not that we can extricate ourselves immediately, but there are certain domestic measures we can take to make us reduce our dependency on the external economy. For me, that's what I'm waiting for.
All right, so we'll take a quick break. When we return, we'll focus on the Sona, on the agriculture, and rural economy, cocoa issues. Has the president got a solution to it? What he says, is that something we can take? Do we accept it? Must the cocoa farmers accept it? The plan to bring a legislation that sort of deregulation of the sector, sort of, not exactly deregulation, but in a way where the prices will rise and fall by themselves and everybody will see, and it will not be government cushioning, perhaps, or not too much of a cushion. Is it a thing to do? Afeo Markin was here a while ago. He said, you don't do that. Already they are selling their cocoa farms. There must be some incentive why they want to keep doing cocoa. So we'll project it on that. And then what does it have to say about the power situation? You know, it's been mentioned that for the economy to thrive, you need cheap and reliable power. The power is becoming expensive. And now you buy the credits and they just vanish. They just vanish. I didn't believe what people were telling me in my home and elsewhere about what was happening to the power. So I checked it. I kept ignoring that. I said, they have increased the thing. So don't worry, let's buy some more. Then they did again. Said, something is wrong with us. So go and check. So I wrote formally. Formally, I like to, keep a paper trail. So I wrote formally to the ECG in the area. And then I said, this is my situation. Previously, if I bought, say, 1,000 CDs, it would take me this period. Now I buy 1,000. If I bought 1,000 and it took me a month, now I buy 1,000, it doesn't take me 2 weeks. So what's going on? They sent their guys, they came and checked. They looked through the whole thing. They said, there's nothing wrong with your meter. Your wiring is perfect. So everything is okay. So I'm asking the question, this probe that the minister has directed, what is he supposed to do? Is it really not the increase that has been done, the 30%? What is wrong with the meters? Doesn't look like there's anything wrong with the meters. So we'll be right back. Project those sectors on your reality in agriculture and power. We'll be right back.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number one, let's bring Baby Car. Let's bring. You did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, strong and tough.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fernart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fernart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden products that will last a lifetime. With Fernart Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernart, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernart Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303 966 085 or 055 278 4097. Think wood, think Fernart.
The Ashesi advantage.
The Ashesi advantage.
The Ashesi advantage.
The Ashesi advantage to me is one of helping people to step outside the immediate surroundings to see a big picture.
I think that the Ashesi advantage has to do with the fact that no matter where you find yourself, you are able to stand out.
One thing that helped me take up entrepreneurship was because I had been at Ashesi. The culture had encouraged us to pursue passions. The culture had encouraged us to solve problems for Africa.
Over the years, I've seen Ashesi grow into a more trusted brand that is recognized across the globe.
I think the highlight of my experience in Ashesi was its ability to impact the spirit of empathy or a sense of responsibility to people less privileged than myself.
Hardships on its citizens. We've just begun to emerge from the most devastating economic crisis in our nation's recent history. This crisis was triggered by general financial indiscipline, huge deficits, and massive debts that were occasioned by persistent and unbudgeted expenditure to meet the ends of convenient politicking. In the last week, we have had to take the painful but necessary decision to revise the producer price of cocoa to achieve competitive pricing and resolve the acute liquidity challenges in the sector. Mr. Speaker, failure to do this as others did and left a debt of 32 billion for this government to pay. Failure to do this would have meant borrowing billions in borrowed funds. Mr. Speaker, this unplanned expenditure would have taken us right back to the very devastating economic problem we have only recently begun to escape. So, Mr. Speaker, while fully understanding the concerns and protests of our farmers, I can firmly assure them that the reforms announced by government will see a total transformation of the cocoa sector. And it will guarantee them a fair and transparent price that enables them to meet the cost of producing the commodity and making decent margins. To address the high cost of power, the government has successfully renegotiated existing power purchase agreements. Engagements with the 9 independent power producers have resulted in a 250 million immediate savings and 1.1 billion of legacy debt restructured for payment between the period 2026 and 2028. These revised agreements will be submitted to Cabinet, and I'm pleased to inform you, Mr. Speaker, will be brought here to Parliament for ratification. Under the Rural Electrification Program, 200 out of the 400 targeted communities have been connected to the national grid, with a further 100 at various stages of completion.
Right. So, Eduji, I'm not too sure if many buy the president's explanation for keeping the cocoa price, farm price cuts, and what he thinks is our way out of the electricity situation.
Okay. So I may have to start with cocoa.
Mm-hmm.
Arguably, we know that cocoa has always been the mainstay of the Ghanaian economy. When we didn't have crude, we have always relied on cocoa. In fact, it is said that but for cocoa, we couldn't have built the University of Ghana. No wonder a hall is named after Ekuafo. Buidam and Co. are the direct benefits of what cocoa can do to...
I beg you, 1 second. At the mention of Ekuafo Hall at the University of Ghana, so there's a 70th anniversary that is going on, and on the 5th of this month, next week, we will all, we'll be at Akufo Hall.
To celebrate cocoa farming.
Yes. John Domelo, the Deputy Agric Minister.
The best hall.
That was your hall?
Oh, yes.
I never knew.
Oh, myself.
Okay, so me too, that was my hall. Yeah, great.
So that was my GCL president.
Okay. So, so I beg you, please just allow me that 1 second. The 70th anniversary launch of Akufo Hall 70th anniversary is being launched on the 5th of March at 10 a.m. at the Great Hall of the University of Ghana. I'll be there, and I'm looking forward to see many of the alumni. John Domelo is going to be there as well. So, Dennis, I look to see you there. But Edudi, you are in which hall?
Okay, so many halls.
Many halls? Okay.
About
how did that happen? You were perching around.
It's okay. So
calm down. Were you perching?
No, I had the benefit of sleeping at M Plaza. You know M Plaza?
Okay.
You know what M Plaza means.
No wonder you have some of that in your...
After this...
All right. But the best hall, the Hall of Excellence, the Akufo Hall.
But
thank you.
So something, I was on the cocoa politics. So cocoa has always been a significant feature in our politics. If you recall, prior to the 2024 election, we had the benefit of engaging cocoa farmers, and we made a direct pitch to the cocoa farmer and said, look, at the time, the global price of cocoa had risen to almost $11,000 per metric ton. We knew that a metric ton comprises 16 bags of cocoa. And so the analysis that we did at that time was that if we're getting $10,000 from 1 metric ton, that put together brings the number to almost $625 per bag. And we said 70% of that could amount to 6,000 at that time that we could offer the Ghanaian if we were in that situation.
Okay.
However,
did you really condition it?
Yes, we were very clear now.
I thought it was a blanket promise.
No, we never. It was never. And in fact, there was an attempt by Miracle and his people to try to, the words of Honorable Atto-Forson, and then we played the entire video, which clearly showed that our position is that at that time, if we were in power, we could afford 6,000 Ghana cedis to the cocoa farmer. That was almost 70% of the FOB to the cocoa farmer. The reason why at that time, the government then could do only 30 to 35% to the cocoa farmer was that there was a rollover because the prior time, government had projected that they were going to sell, produce 800,000 metric tons of cocoa. For whatever reason, government couldn't do the entire 800,000. Government only did a little over 400,000, 450,000 or so. So there was an outstanding 333,000 metric tons. That 333,000 became more of a liability because we have already forward sold that and more or less committed ourselves by way of contractual arrangements. So subsequent years, when we needed to benefit from the increase, because of prior liabilities and commitment, we needed to use. So by the time we came to power, that 333,000 metric tons in terms of rollover had come down. This number we found out during the transition arrangements. That's the record.
Okay.
Now, when we came into power, at least until the recent announcement, the prices were fair and there was no issue from cocoa farmers. Now, the argument has been made, and I have heard that argument on even this platform by one of the MPP MPs, Akufo-Addo, where he makes the point that if the current management of Cocoa Board, Cocoa Marketing Board, have done forward sale earlier, we wouldn't have gotten the situation where we find. What's the record? Government had projected that we're going to do a bit over 600,000 metric tons of cocoa purchase for the season. However, at the time when we announced these new prices, the record shows that we had done 92% of purchases already. 92%. So they claim that the superior idea would have been, the forward, sale much earlier than the announced price. The record shows that 92% has already been done. That amounted to almost getting to 500,000 metric tons of cocoa. If this is the record, what exactly is the debate? The management of Cocoa Board and its subsidiary, the Cocoa Marketing Board and others, have been very proactive. In fact, this recent price increase is affecting sales amounting to almost 50,000 metric tons. That is where the debate is. Our friends in the MPP say that President Mahama, the best solution we have for you is that go and borrow public funds. Use taxpayers' money to go and borrow. And use that borrowed funds to give the cocoa farm.
It looks like you need about some 4 billion. Can't you find that money to do that? That's the point Afenyo also stresses.
Something, there is an interesting conversation. I know where you come from. There is maize glut currently. There is rice glut from Sablugu right to all the glut there. The cocoa farmers are saying that there can be higher prices for them. And so they want government to mop up the glut from the system. Basically, what those farmers are also doing is that they are just on the touch line, waiting for government to go and borrow for cocoa farmers, and then they'll fall into the line. Poultry farmers are complaining that there's a glut with eggs. They are on the touch line waiting. Immediately, government of Ghana goes to borrow for the cocoa farmer. Excellent. The maize farmer will come. The cocoa farmer, there'll be an opening of the floodgates. You open the floodgate. The question is, how sustainable is this initiative? I am a proud son of cocoa farmers. And I always say this. I grew up with my granddad in Salifu on the way to Nkwanta. Those days, cocoa husk, that's why we even use the cocoa husk. That's what we usually use for our soap. I don't know if you've had the benefit of using cocoa husk for soap. And that's what we use. Saturday to wash our clothing.
I remember.
Yes. So I grew up knowing some of these things with my granddad, who was then the ARS pastor in those days in the Nkwanta South. Cocoa is what I have lived. So I will be happy today to see cocoa farmers giving what is due them. But the fundamental question is this. If the global prices of cocoa is today from 10,000 to 4,100, and my brother Miracle and Co. make the position that President Mahama sell and pay the cocoa farmer as though prices had not fallen on the global market. Beyond the politics, I do not see where that position is coming from. One, it is not grounded in economics, regrettably. But as politicians as we are, there's always the benefit to play on the emotional keyboards of the people of this country. That's what the politician
as Vincent Akufo-Addo now also brings a different angle altogether to this thing. What do you say about it? The role of, issues of conflict of interest, and abuse of office by Ato Boateng, acting deputy CEO of Cocoa Board, in relation to the commercial operations of Atlas Commodities Limited, which is a private entity. He says OSP should investigate the angle of corruption, and then Shraj should also investigate the angle of the conflict of interest in the circumstances.
I think that where there is evidence of conflict, there's always the opportunity to investigate. And thankfully, the kind of constitutional democracy that we have allows people the opportunity to put up a defense when such allegations are made against them. And in this country, Shraj engagement relative to allegations of conflict, abuse of office is as old as this republic. I recall vividly those days, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as lawyer for Kofi Kumsin. He used to go to Shraj a lot, the Chronicle, against almost all the appointees of Agyeman-Rawlings. So the issues of conflict of interest, and I remember vividly, may he so rest in peace, Dr. Mane Boama Okujetu Ablakwa, the famous abuse of office, conflict of interest matter they took to the Supreme Court. Jacob Echebilamti, may he so rest in peace. We have had records in this country where there had been issues where conflict of interest has, come up for discussion. I am pretty much aware of the issues involving Atlas and Ato Boateng. And I remember when Ato Boateng's appointment came up, it was a condition precedent for the appointment to be validated, that his interests in Atlas should completely be denounced. And that was done. Our law, and that is where people make the mistake. In fact, you can have a situation where you can still be the, say, managing director, you have a company of which your interest is in, the matter will come out to the board. What is important is that at the beginning, a question is put. Those who have interest in this matter disclose it, so that at the point where the decision is going to be made, you are not part of the decision-making process or a disclosed interest. So our laws do not forbid a situation where you say that once you have an interest, you cannot. The only thing is that you have to disclose the nature of your interest as by law established.
Atlas Limited says that for the avoidance of doubt, since the 2024-2025 cocoa season, Atlas Commodities has not received any seed fund from Cocoa Board. The company, therefore, could not have utilized seed fund meant for any other licensed cocoa buying companies, including Produce Buying Company Limited, when Cocoa Board did not disburse any seed fund.
Even more important,
our operations are financed, or it says our operations are financed solely through our off-takers and banking partners, and these records can be verified.
Even more important, just to add to that, you will notice that the allegation of conflict is to link Ato to Produce Buying Company, PBC. PBC has its own management and board, distinct from Ato Boateng. And so the issue of conflict does not even come up at all.
Okay.
But I can understand why anybody would want to put up this. I mean, when the cocoa politics came, I said, look, it is not a verifiable platform for the MPP on cocoa politics because their record is not stellar.
Okay, so
their record is dubious.
Atlas says that Atubuating has not used his position at Cocoa Board to advance the interests of Atlas Commodities Limited. He resigned as director and managing director of Atlas on the 20th of January 2025 and on the same date executed a deed of blind trust in respect of his shares. The relevant share transfer documentation was subsequently executed prior to his appointment as Deputy Chief Executive, Finance and Administration of Cocoa Board in February 2025.
And something, so that I will just I'll wrap up on this. My point is this. There's an opportunity that will be given to Atto, either at Shraj or the OS.
He says he's ready and willing.
And this record will vindicate him. And I have no doubt at all about that.
Okay.
On the vest issue, today the record is showing that in Ivory Coast today, they have equally announced and taken the path of Ghana. The numbers that I'm seeing brings the price in Ivory Coast to almost 1,300 or 1,200 Ghana cedi per bag. Now, if this record is correct, what it means is that today, Ghana's cocoa and how much we are offering the Ghanaian cocoa farmer is relatively better than our nearest neighbor, the Ivory Coast. The risk is that because our price is better now, there's a risk of the Ivorians bringing their product into Ghana to sell. Look, the politics where my brother Miracle has suddenly taken the lead advocate for cocoa farmers.
Okay.
A thing that he's never done before.
Thank you. It's okay. Let's hear from Dennis now. Let's hear from Dennis now, then I'll go to Fred. Yes, Dennis. The president didn't convince you.
I just stopped the thing.
Don't tell me about my time. Don't tell me about my time.
But why you...
And you are even increasing the time. I also have my monitor here.
Okay.
Please.
I'm just saying...
So,
Miracle is not an accurate time.
What you do with it is your prerogative. But
it's
let me
okay.
say it.
You like doing that.
Yeah, but it's fair.
Don't worry.
So it's 15:48. What you do with it today, I can't force you.
You are not an accurate time.
Okay, so the president spoke about something that others think is very important, that ought to have been done long ago that we haven't done. That we should come to a point where cocoa politics will end in the way that the fuel politics appears to be ending, so that you have a law and a regime that takes care of the situation rather than some of the decisions politicians take that don't make sense, economic sense, and yet they have to take it because of votes.
That's all. I mean, I think we've had a lot of conversation around the cocoa. So I'll come there, but I want to look at the Sona. Then I'll end with the cocoa issues. Because, I mean, we've really made a point. He is now getting into the conversation, so he's excited with repeating the same things they've been saying. I'll come to it. For me, I think that the Sona the president did, it was okay. My only concern was the attempt to create an impression as if everything was glossy and that we are on an unprecedented path like never seen before. Every government in our first 1 year or first 12 months always has such, feedback on Sona. In fact, Akufo-Addo unarguably has had one of the best ratings when it comes to first 12 months performance of any government. It was without argument in the first 1 month, 2017. So we would want the president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to be quite calculative with the way he lifts our hopes, because we've seen it before. We've seen him lift several people's hopes and ultimately dash their hopes severally. And he will always come back with excuses as to why he couldn't ultimately do it for them. That's why I am very cautious. I'm safeguarding my heart. I am protecting my blood pressure just to make sure that, I don't fall in this trap. Because there are so many. And I'll tell you what. For example, nurses. Nurses. Okay, nurses. You made promises to nurses in your manifesto. You made promises to nurses on your campaign trail. There are videos of you. There are audios of you. You are in office. Nurses' salary arrears are pending. Some of them you are deleting from the system. Some nurses have worked for 14 months. You haven't paid them. You promised them automatic postings. You are touting 13,000 employments when there are hundreds of thousands of them at home. You promised them duty-free cars. You didn't mention it. So when Prof says that everybody in the country seems to be happy, I beg to differ. Some people in the country surely have very good reasons to be happy. But there is no nurse in Ghana today that will tell you that he is happy with the government. No nurse. And for me, the betrayal point for nurses in Ghana is the government's silence on automatic posting. Teachers, same scenario with the nurses. The betrayal point for teachers in Ghana is the president's specific emphatic promise of cancelling Lancaster exams and making it part of a certain regular examination, only for him to come to office and not only betray them on that promise, but even go ahead to increase the fees for registering for the Lancaster exams. So the teachers also have their betrayal point. So, Prof, clearly, teachers cannot be happy with the state of the nation. They can't, because they haven't found themselves in all of these blossoming things that the president speaks of. Unemployed youth. Listen, the number of unsustained jobs that we are seeing have increased than it was in the past. The young people who were hopeful, in fact, millions of young Ghanaians went to queue and vote for the first time in 2024 because this government managed to sell a flagship program that says specifically that when we come to office, every institution in the public sector, and I have 46 videos of high-ranking NDC members talking about 24-hour economy. They didn't talk about a certain secretariat, a certain authority. In fact, when we were arguing with them, and Council, you were here, I was here with you, we were telling them that you cannot promise a holistic 24-hour economy in a state, that it is a push and pull scenario, demand-driven, supply-demand. That is what drives it. They said, no, we are wrong. In fact, they called me a naysayer on this platform and said that I should take it from them. Public institution cried the kwakwa. On this platform, I asked Honorable Inisa Fuseni a specific question. That are you saying that the local government ministry where I work, the chief director, the director for PPPBMB, or whatever they call it, will have 2 people, 3 people working? He said, yes.
No, please. If you can't please. I'm telling you about something. Hey, and you cannot peddle the blatant.
Stop what you are doing.
That's not what he said.
Stop what you are doing. Stop what you are doing.
How can Inusa say that chief director will work and then for some hours and another?
But there's an important intervention.
Which intervention? Is it Inusa?
Please don't do that.
Was he here on the show?
Don't bring Inusa.
Was he here on the show?
Please don't do that.
Okay, I hope Inusa is listening. And so
stop what you are saying.
Please,
because it's difficult to think that Inusa will.
I mean, give some respect to. I mean,
what are you doing? It's all right.
No,
it's all right. You've made a point. You've made a point.
Totally disrespecting.
He's made a point. So go
by stating something I was personally involved in. You were not.
Right.
That's not just him. The national chairman of the NDC, who is today chairing a committee demarcating our district and elevating them. What it means is that he's fully involved in the governance of the state today. Told us that the organizer on the Techiman Highway would be working at 1 a.m. The president of the Republic of Ghana today, Eduji's boss, told us that Boomerang Nightclub will work morning, afternoon, evening. He said it at the Manifesto launch. That's the promise they made to us. We haven't forgotten that.
But it's in the process.
No, it is not.
If I intervene,
Charlie, what you are doing is wrong. Don't do nothing. I noticed so many things you do.
So I'm not.
But you are destroying my time.
They just did the legislation.
Don't do that. I beg you.
They just passed the legislation, right?
Lawyer, I was typing all the things you said. It's because of what you are doing. I'll do the same to you.
Go ahead.
I beg you. This is a very serious life, dependent issue. Now, Council. He's even distorted my because there was no stop what you are doing.
You were going through the boomerang.
Council, you see, that is the president's own voice at the manifesto launch. In fact, put all the 46 videos aside. The most bizarre of all the promises was even the boomerang scenario by the president himself. Forget all the others. That was the promise you made to us. For a president to even create an impression that in this country, Republic of Ghana, the nightclubs, the name is nightclub, would actually be playing during the day. Because according to him, those who went to work at night will miss the nightclub. So during the day, they will come and join and chill in the club. Then the day people will go to work. Come on. They sold it to us. Now you talk about legislation. I have read legislation 13 times. Shift jobs 133 does not find itself anywhere in the legislation. Listen, the legislation basically went to set up an authority to coordinate an economic transformation program.
But how do you expect that in a legislation?
Oh,
because the shift is a function of the economics of the entities that have been empowered.
Oh, yeah. My name is Dennis Miracle-Sabuaji. I have my senses switched, though I know exactly what I am saying. Isn't this what we told them when they were making that promise?
You never said.
Oh, Charlie, stop, Charlie, what you are doing if you continue to do this.
No, but you never said.
Write what
I am not permitted.
No, you are not permitted. Write it. If I didn't say write it, when is your turn? Don't do this again. You are distorting me. Cancel. Take charge.
Listen, you have the opportunity to
listen. When they were making these absurd things, we told them that 133 is a function. I am on record here on Asempa everywhere. I said that it is an output of multiple set of policies, and that there is no policy called 133. That 133 is only a function, is an output. That is what we told them. Do you know what they told us? They said we are lying. We don't know what we are talking about. So I know what I am talking about. Don't correct me. What I have said is right. You are wrong. We told them that it is a function and that they should stop peddling that falsehood. They are misleading the public by creating an impression that there is a certain policy they are bringing which says that...
But the fact that it doesn't find expression in the law doesn't make it false.
No, it's false.
Because you have just agreed that it's a function of the economics of the industry.
You are not listening to me. They said I was wrong when I said it was a function. They said they were going to do it. In fact, let me tell you something. As we speak, when they want to hide behind it, they try and pick on a few of them to give you as an example of what it is that they are talking about. They will talk about DVL. Then they will talk about Ghana Publishing, which still supports my point. That, for example, Ghana Publishing is a printing firm. Go to Newtown. Newtown has been operating 24-hour economy since independence. That the stretch here, from Kokomlemle here going to Newtown, those who do the print house, it is in the midnight that they even do their printing. That is the point we made. When you pick the legislation, I tell you, it is nowhere in their legislation the promises they made to us in the videos. Please stop what you are doing.
I don't expect to find that in a legislation.
That is a problem. It is a problem if you don't expect to find it there. The legislation was supposed to say that starting from January 1st, 2026, Ministry for Local Government, you have 3 people running your
Come on.
No, but that is the promise. Why are you saying come on? You lawyer Samson Ladi, you knew this. And yet when these people were peddling this misleading thing to the people, you didn't do this.
I didn't do what?
You didn't tell them that, come on, why are you making this promise?
You haven't heard
But
me.
you and I were here. So
you haven't heard
You
me.
did? Perfect. Then you are the same.
I've been doubtful of it.
Perfect.
But I look forward to see that it works. Because if it does, we all benefit.
No, it will not work.
Because there are people without jobs.
It will not work. The promises they made will not work because there is nowhere in the world that you have the entire state operating on a 24-hour economy. I even went ahead to tell you that in Ghana here today, when you go to Osu Oxford Street, nobody has a gun to the woman selling komi to sell it at 1 a.m. She's selling it because at 1 a.m.
there's demand.
So you can have 24-hour economy running in pockets of the economy. We have some on the Lagos Avenue. If you go to Bantama High Street, if you go to Takrade, they
want to use a policy to make it a general phenomenon.
There is nowhere in that policy that they put out, which I have read 13 times, even the one they released before the legislation, that gives us an indication that in my hometown latte, there will be a 24-hour economy. It doesn't even make sense in the first place that in my hometown latte, that is mainly agrarian, okay, should believe that they run 24-hour economy.
But was that the promise?
Yes, that was the promise. But
that
why?
In your hometown, there will be a 24-hour economy.
Yes, that was the promise. Everybody in this country had it. Everybody in this country had it. We disputed. In fact, there was a time that I specifically even told them that me, my hometown, you can't run 24 hours. I said that I'm a naysayer. Let me make progress. 5 minutes, I know, 5 minutes. Now, electricity. Today, people who used to buy 250 Ghana cedi electricity in a week are buying 400. So if you go and ask people why they are not reducing prices, you don't go and beg them. You need to find out which policies you have put in place that is impacted. Dollar is not the only price determining factor. The Makola people, if you increase their rent by 28% or 20% thereabout, and their electricity is up by 28%, and water is up by 15%, surely, even if dollar comes to 2 cedi, they will have some price increase. because they will have to make up for those other costs, not only for their shops, but even for their overheads, so that they can also pay their domestic bills. This government tells you, oh, you know, but the IMF conditionality, and that is why IMF conditionality was brought by MPP, and yet MPP itself in some years reduced electricity, even under the IMF conditionality. There is nowhere in the IMF conditionality that says that do a review and increase it. None. You should show me one. MPP that brought the IMF that you refer to, even in the year that we were in office, in 2024, even had cost to even reduce electricity. Today, the Ghanaian people are burdened by the cost of electricity. You can't talk your way out of it. Don't come and justify it.
The general confidence in the economy. You are saying that the people who have so much confidence in the economy, despite the issues you are raising.
I've given you specifics. Go and call the teachers and the nurses. I'm moving on. You let me move on. Now, we come to the students. A student that used to pay 6,200 for hostel fees.
It doesn't look like you want to talk about the cocoa.
I'm going there.
Because of what has happened.
Well, I'm going there. You are distorting me. Okay. Let me make my point. I told you I'll speak on that for as the last point. Now, the students are spending more for their upkeep, paying more for their fees. You promised first-year students in this country stress-free level 100 fees. It has become post-stress support. No Ghanaian child has received stress-free level 100 fee. Rather, they go through the stress. Then when they manage to survive, if they manage to survive the stress, then they apply. Then when they are lucky, you pay. Again, the betrayal point for the Ghanaian students is that you promise them a no stress fee level 100 fee, but you have given them a post-stress. Nobody, no Ghanaian child, 2 academic years.
But there's guarantee that the person will get it.
What?
So if they are going to take a loan,
I'm sorry,
the person who is giving the loan knows that government will pay the money back.
I'm sorry, sir. You made a promise not just to pay fees. You said you will remove my stress. I don't have to wake up to even go and qualify for a loan first. Applying for a loan and qualifying for it is stress. Your promise was to remove the stress. Have you checked the number of young people who couldn't go to university this year as a result of that? A lot. Do you know that in this country, there are some people who have even no idea how to even apply for that loan? And they have to rely on some of these things. You made a promise. You didn't live up to it. Go and tell those students that the economy is doing well, so they are happy. Now, I speak of oral, then I go to...
You say they didn't live up to it. The formula is not what you expected.
That is not your promise, sir. It's not what I expected.
But they are delivering.
No, they are not. You said no stress-free level 100 fees.
They are paying.
No, they are not. They are no. I said no Ghanaian child.
Is the time of the payment you have an issue with? Let's be factual.
Lawyer Samson.
Is the time of the payment you have...
It is the promise that they didn't fulfill that I have an issue with. Listen, there are students' loans in this country. Where Ghanaian students not applying for loans, where the loans not being paid after you've applied. I went to University of Ghana with a student loan. My mother will borrow money, go and pay. Once I'm in school, the loan will come. Then I'll take some to my mother. Then I'll use some for Shilempele. It was in existence already. That is what the government said it was going to fix.
Please, you have a minute.
So that is what the government said it was going to fix. By introducing another formula. He hasn't been able to do it. So what are you talking about? Then I speak of cocoa. Maybe I'll leave oral for later. I speak of cocoa. Council. Eduji has no idea about the cocoa situation as we are discussing.
Really?
Yes.
But he spoke to the facts of the cocoa
I'm begging you just give me some 3-4 minutes. He has no idea. This whole cocoa conversation about NDC, MPP, even lawyer understands, don't worry. It's not about MPP, NDC.
He's talking about the time he's taking, yes. Because he's doing more than the time. He prompted me and suspected that he will not get 15 minutes. He's now in his 16th minute.
So council, and it's a very serious matter. Listen. NPP hasn't come in yet. This whole conversation, it says NDC versus the farmers.
No, it's NPP that's promoting it.
No, please. You don't understand what is going on. Let me tell you, you don't know when we came in. We came in 4 months after the farmers have been fighting them. So please, don't mix the issues. These cocoa farmers have been starved. Nobody actually heard their voice. You're only hearing it because we amplified it. October, November. Are you aware that cocoa farmers did not celebrate Christmas 2025 in this country? Because this government didn't pay them. So don't make it. We haven't come in. We will come in later in October when the new season is starting. That's why we'll deal with it. The fact is that it is never true that there is any other reason for the current cocoa farmers' haircut other than the poor trading decision. They speak of debts. Then they speak of sale of 90% of cocoa beans. Council, if you sell 90% of the cocoa beans, there is no way you will reduce cocoa farmers' prices. Because if forward sales means that you have sold the thing on paper and agreed on the price. So at any point in time that you get the beans, you only take it and take the money. So when you take the money, the price doesn't change. That is the truth. So if it is true that Cocoa Board had actually sold 92% of cocoa pods by forward sales as of January 2026, then the government should go and give the cocoa farmers their money to them.
As of January 2026.
If you had sold 92%, as he's saying, of the cocoa beans, then you would have sold it at the prevailing price at the time you were selling it. Indeed, as at October, when they stopped paying the cocoa farmers, cocoa price on the international market at that time was around $7,000. As at August 2025, when they announced the new cocoa price was around $7,200. The average for the year was around $7,000. Indeed, at some point in 2025, cocoa price went all the way to $13,000. So if you truly sold our cocoa forward sales up to about 90%, then you would not, because you see the price for the cocoa farmers are usually done on the average price that you had throughout the period of your sale. So it is never true. Number two.
I'm sorry.
Number two, Councillor, I beg you.
You have to end here.
I beg you. You see, you interrupted me.
You would not have allowed
on the 24-hour economy.
You would not have allowed anybody to do this.
You interrupted me.
And
number two, I beg you. I am pleading with you. I'm pleading with you. I'm pleading. Number two. This whole Ivory Coast issue just came in 3 days ago because you saw Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast has not reduced prices mid-season like you are doing. That is fact. Ivorian authorities have not reduced cocoa prices mid-season. Indeed, the new price they have announced is for their new crop season. You have rather mid-season, when you have a guaranteed pricing arrangement with farmers in the Republic of Ghana, gone ahead to reduce cocoa prices in the middle of the season. And it is not true that all you have to buy is 50,000 tons. That's a lie. Indeed, what Cocoa Board took, which they kept in their warehouse waiting for a windfall, which has backfired because the prices have gone down, was 50,000 metric tons.
Okay, this
however, farmers have 70,000 metrich tons in their custody, which you haven't bought, which you have to buy and pay them the right price.
And our other guests have been sitting for a long time without having the opportunity to say a word. We'll take a quick break. We'll return. Fred, Vicky, and Prof. We'll be right back.
Good business means seeing the possibilities and maximizing opportunities. Making sure you have a responsive support system backs your business goals. A partner that gives you a stable platform with reliable connectivity and seamless solutions, and better understands the tools required to take you to the next level. With so many moving parts in running a business, we do our best to provide you with some stability. The only kind of stability you can find with MTN Business Broadband, the fastest and most reliable internet provider in Ghana, making sure you stay ahead and stay connected, because we understand what makes your business tick.
Sign up today on broadband.mtn.com.gh or call or WhatsApp 0244 308 111.
MTN. Life can be giving it to you with like that. And everything around you will be affected big time. Too many uncertainties and fears. But with the right partner like Empo Life Insurance Ghana, you are sorted, safe back. You get the best healthcare, solid pension trust policies, and the peace of mind to grow your business and focus on what truly matters. Empo Insurance, empowering people.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number one, let's bring Baby Girl. Let's bring. He did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
Number 1 from here, 2 and 3 from here, 5 and 6 from here. For now. Yay. Now I have the number 7, 8, and the number 9.
You need number 10.
Please, I can't eat anymore.
I mean, number 10, liver salt.
The effective liver salt for the relief of stomach upset, heartburn, hyperacidity, and indigestion.
Would you like to try number 11?
What?
Number 10 liver salt. Refreshing relief fast. Manufactured and distributed by Ernest Chemists Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
Dear Gold Board Jewelry customers and value supporters, on behalf of the board, management, and the entire team at Gold Board Jewelry Limited, I extend our heartfelt gratitude for your invaluable support and contributions. It is because of you that we continue to stand strong and grow. As we enter this beautiful month of love in February, we're excited to reciprocate your loyalty by offering amazing discounts across our entire range of products. We want to celebrate you and give you the perfect opportunity to celebrate your loved ones. Visit any of our showrooms at your convenience, choose any item, including our popular gold tablets, and enjoy this special discount. Yes, the offer applies to everything in our collection. Once again, thank you for your continued trust and support. Together, we are building something truly special for Mother Ghana and the African continent, transforming our precious gold into world-class jewelry that proudly showcases Ghanaian craftsmanship and heritage. We look forward to serving you even better.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown cranes, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults, this price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
refined, the skincare you deserve. Dream.
What juice are you taking?
This is Sosona Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice.
Can I have a glass?
Of course.
Sosona Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice is not just your regular cocoa drink. This is an innovative juice made from the pulp of the cocoa fruit. Once the cocoa pod is harvested, the pulp, which would have been previously discarded, this time is set aside, and that is what is used to make your Sosona Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice. Not only is Sosona refreshing, the taste is incredible.
Wow.
There is no added sugar, no additives, and no preservatives. 100% cocoa fruit juice. Don't worry, you won't be left out.
Wow, this is unbelievable. I would take this anytime, any day.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fernart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fernart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden product that will last a lifetime. With Fernart Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernart, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernart Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303-966-085 or 055-278-4097. Think wood, think Fernart.
You're welcome back. Doc, are you with us? Yes. So I want you to reflect the Sona on the cocoa issue. Do you buy the president's excuse? The issue of vanishing electricity. I don't know what your circumstances and the people, within ISA and your family. What are you thinking about? Is this your reality?
Okay, thank you again. So let me just reflect first of all on the conversation about the macro and the macro and the micro. That's important, and I think that it's important to maintain that this macro economic stability is important. Now, if you take inflation, I've heard people talk about. This has real impact on lives, right? Because if you have high inflation, as we know, it erodes your real wages. And if your real wages are eroded, then your purchasing power is gone, right? I was looking at my own, doing some analysis on my own income the other time, and I realized that my real wages had been falling over time and only recently began to rise a little bit. So that's important. That's an effect on individuals and households. When food prices are high and unstable, it affects poor households. So that's another linkage. When inflation reduces, fuel prices go down, that should feed into food prices. It should feed into imported food. So that's real impact on households. Again, if your fiscal space, you have more fiscal space. We are talking about the no bed syndrome, for example. If your fiscal space, you're not spending up to 40% on interest payments, you should be able to invest in health infrastructure and improve the health system. So just to talk about these, few examples of macro economic indicators must feed into the micro. And I believe that some of it is feeding into it. What we need now is increase in real wages, right? And because if inflation is falling, but my prices are already high, it's not that prices are coming down. So if my real income is not increasing, even if it's good news that your inflation is down, still I'll not be able to afford much of that rice. So it's important that jobs are created. It's important that real incomes increase. Now, let me go to the cocoa issue. Again, as I always like to do, you see, because, in this country, we like what I'll call firefighting, right? Something comes up, we talk about it, and then we forget about it, and we go back to business as usual.
That's
now,
right.
This whole conversation about cocoa should not be isolated. We should talk about it broadly within the rural economy. Now, let me give you some statistics. I mean, cocoa's share, I was looking at the data again this morning, and cocoa's share of agricultural GDP has fallen from roughly 8 to 9% to about 6% in recent times. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing if this is diversification. If cocoa's relative contribution to agriculture and value added is declining, the question is whether is this a pricing or a governance issue? Is it a rural transformation issue more broadly? Are we seeing productivity constraints, which we've seen in the recent past? I mean, or is it diversification, which is a good thing? Or is it a structural stress, as we've seen in the past, where exports, prices fall, and then we have this structural issue. So this must be a broader conversation. Now, let me talk about whether or not what was the cocoa prices falling was, of course, it's not a good thing because farmers' income falls and nobody likes that. In principle, producer price stabilization should be one of the core rules of a marketing board, right? Like Cocoa Board. So to help smoothen volatility in and protect farmer incomes when some of these things happen.
Do you take the position by the NPP that the government should find money to cushion the farmers?
Well, no, I mean, the issue is whether or not stabilization requires buffers, right? Do we have the buffers, either financial reserves or hedging against, these fiscal transfers? The question is whether these buffers are there and are sufficient to do this. If you don't have the buffer, when prices were high, you have buffers so that when these things happen, you can fall on those buffers. Then the issue is that you have to borrow. And I saw from the Sona and the 2026 budget, the constraints at the Cocoa Board, which are issues that have been created over the years of, the structure of Cocoa Board itself. So if you don't have buffers, which you should have as a board to stabilize the situation for farmers in these circumstances, then it's a hard question. I mean, going to borrow would then lead to the same thing I was talking about earlier. You are reducing your fiscal space and you can't invest, right? So it's about whether we did the right thing over time to create the kind of buffers that may be necessary to then secure farmers when the situation turns the way it did. If global prices fall sharply and Cocoa Board maintains high producer prices without adequate reserves, then the gap must be financed. So the question, how do we finance the gap? You go and borrow.
Do you share the view that in principle that something ought to be done so that there will be a sort of a system or law that takes care of the price? When I'm doing something steak, there are things I can say. When I'm hosting, I don't say those things. I've done a something steak on the cocoa situation, and I've said one thing that I'm so sure about, that if we were in an election year, the cocoa farmers would not have suffered a dime in reduction of the price. You don't agree?
I believe so. I believe so too. I believe so too. And these are political economy issues, right? I mean, politicians don't take decisions based on positive economic principles alone. They consider other factors, i.e., what is this going to imply for them for votes? And we take into consideration all these things in the analysis. But I think the broader issue is one of reform. And I heard you ask the question about whether we should be thinking about, towing the same path as we did for fuel, right? I remember, when I came to ISA early, one of the early research we did was this whole issue about deregulation of petroleum prices. And now we are not talking about those issues again, right? So maybe we should be towing a similar path when we get to a place where it doesn't have to become politics as to whether producer prices are increased or decreased, and so on.
Okay.
And when I was talking about the broader issue of the rural economy, I think that we have to think about the statistic I gave you. Just about 6% of agricultural GDP comes from cocoa. So what about the rest? Right? I know we are interested in cocoa now because this is the issue we are discussing.
Yeah.
But we need to think about the whole agricultural value chain.
But Doc, do you also think that what is happening in Ivory Coast deflates the arguments by the minority and the cocoa farmers who still protest? Because as we understand, it's not all cocoa farmers who are protesting.
Yeah. So there are two things here. I mean, even if one cocoa farmer loses their income and livelihoods, we should be concerned, right? But if it's true, I mean, previously, as I saw from the calculations I did, I thought they said that about 82% of the cocoa was already sold, and that was not going to be affected by the reduction in price. Today, I'm hearing 92%. If that is really the case, then if you do the math, the real reduction as a whole in the cocoa value chain comes to just about less than 5%. If that is true, if those statistics that they are churning out is true, and
I'm sure soon Edwigi will make some reactions, because we are getting a horde of messages, some of them clearly questioning Dennis and where he's coming from, including questions about evidence of where the 7,000 cocoa beans were kept. He should tell us about their warehouses, and also the MD of the CMC, to the point that the claim of the forward sale in the manner he's alleging it is not accurate.
Yeah, and let me say one thing about the Cote d'Ivoire issue. No, when the cocoa prices started coming down and there was talk about reducing producer prices in Ghana, I made some calls to some of my research partners in Cote d'Ivoire to find out what was happening. And it's true that the officially, there's not been any change in the producer price in Cote d'Ivoire, but they're also facing the same challenges, right? Where I understood that even though the official, price was around 2,800 CFA per kilo, people were not buying, the cooperatives were not buying because they are not able to sell. And so there's a big problem there too. But I don't want us to, it's just like you're saying, if somebody is suffering and I'm also suffering, then it doesn't matter, right? So yes, we can acknowledge the fact that it's happening not only in Ghana, but as a grandson of a cocoa farmer, I would say that if we had enough buffers and we had taken, we made it such that when the prices were so high, we could have buffers. We could be able to show up these farmers, because if we sold 82%,
but you don't think that there's economic prudence in going to look for, say, 4 billion to help them out in the circumstance, regardless of what the oil price is?
I will not go for borrowing to do that in this circumstance. That's what the president said we shouldn't do. If it were an election year, they would have done it anyway. But under these circumstances, the prudent thing to do would be to use the value chain itself as a buffer. Okay. If you're not able to do that.
In a minute, tell me, how is the electricity tariff, 30% hike, how is it hurting your economy?
Of course it is. I mean, recently I've been thinking about going solar because, even though that's also expensive.
You're right. I've been compelled to think about the same.
That's a conversation we must have in this country. I mean, even here in Europe right now, everybody is putting solar on their rooftops, right? And I'm wondering why Ghana, the government and the state will not make it easier for individuals to be able to use solar. You see, so that's
the initial investment is what is hefty. So that appears to be the problem. So, Doc, thank you very much. Hold on there. You guys, the politician thing, you don't need 15 and 20 minutes. Doc has spoken extensively and taking a number of questions, many questionings, all within 9 minutes.
Prof, within 5 minutes?
Yes, Prof.
To be 5 minutes.
Yeah. The president said, you know, the decision the NPP is pushing the government to take is what took us to the junk status that they took us. And he won't do that.
Correct. In fact, when I heard the president, I watched the presentation on TV, I told myself, President Mahama must be very courageous to have taken that decision, knowing too well, talking about politics and elections, how perhaps may hurt. But then
he said he was a dead goat. It cost him.
Oh, that's a long.
This is somewhat similar.
Yeah. No, to be honest, I think he was quite courageous in making that decision. And of course, you just also alluded to the fact that perhaps if we were close to elections, he wouldn't have made it. But nonetheless, you see, I've been listening to these debates about cocoa. And I think, by and large, you are really talking about the symptoms, but not the root causes of where we are. You see, I don't want anybody to blame my good friend Randy, for that matter, the current administration per se, because what we are faced with is an accumulated result of mismanagement, pillaging, cheating cocoa farmers all the way back throughout not only this republic, we can even go back. Those of us who've been saying, yeah, we are sons and whatever of cocoa farmers, you know how difficult it is to produce a bag of cocoa? You walk miles with a bag on your head. Look, and all these years, educated people like us, we have used our knowledge, quote unquote, to cheat farmers all along. Not only that, to manage this sector in such a way that it has become almost not sustainable. Look, as we sit, there are some countries who never thought of producing cocoa, who are cultivating cocoa. China is, Thailand is, I know that for a fact. Malaysia is even trying. Hey, Burkina Faso, do you know somebody is producing local chocolate from cocoa that he grows? I won't be surprised if very soon we go to Burkina to ask for additional cocoa for us to be able to export cocoa. The point I'm making is that we have been very happy and quick to capitalize on the income from the sweats of farmers over the years. But we have not been able to have a vision that will have transformed the industry to a level where the whole country could be proud of. Look, when I was a little kid and we were drying cocoa on the, the mat, that's it's the same thing that farmers are doing today. The same thing, 100 years, we are doing the same thing. Chinese.
And we say that the cocoa has been the backbone of the economy. We're building hundreds of roads with cocoa money, but we can't use it to transform, give technology that will improve what they are doing. So that other countries who are coming in later are even beating us because they have the technology.
Of course.
So you are right. The farmer has been cheated.
We have been cheating them. That's what we don't want to admit. But that is the reality. That's why perhaps some farmers are very angry. And if I were a farmer, I would be very angry. Okay? But I'm happy at least recently they announced that the officers are also reducing their salaries, blah, blah. But that came later, after the cocoa price had been reduced. So I think we have to be thinking ahead, because very soon, if cocoa is given a 6% of our national GDP, very soon it's going to be 2. It's going to be 2. Cocoa will no longer become the backbone of the economy. If that is the case, what do we think in strategic terms to replace cocoa?
Diversification, which we only talk about but never get to do.
Thank you very much. That's all we do. So
because you said a while ago, common tomatoes.
Common tomatoes.
Without, our neighbors, we are getting to scarcity.
Can you believe that? And it's become a strategic issue or security issue, I should say.
What's wrong with us? Are we jinxed to...
We are not jinxed. We are just not using our brains. People who are highly educated like you and I We are the cause of the problem, not your father or my father who lives on the cocoa farm. They are just in their villages toiling, and we sit in the air-conditioned offices and see how we manipulate figures to enrich ourselves. That, for me, is an issue. So if the president is saying they are going to reform, he has announced certain measures, which I believe could help us transform it, but not enough to turn our fortunes around in terms of the production and utilization.
Let me hear Vicky briefly on this. Yes, the electricity matter.
I didn't finish it, but that's all right.
Go ahead.
Because the glad that my good friend Eduji mentioned, glut of rice, of eggs, of that. This is not the first time I've heard of glut of rice on the market. What did we do? Simple silos to store. We have not been able to do that. There was a time they were talking about silo in every district, in every whatever, and we still sit here and there's a glut. We don't have the simple technology to preserve. So, like you said, what's wrong with us?
What do you make of the floodgate effects that he was talking about? That once you go to the rescue of the cocoa farmers,
all of them,
other farmers of various other
if
products.
That fear is going to chicken us away from taking bold decisions, I'm afraid, where do we go?
The president says this is the boldest decision he had to take.
Well, he has to go further. It's bold in terms of really annoying the farmers. There's no question at all about that. But he needs to.
It's bold in terms of annoying the farmers.
And of course, the processing of cocoa. Look, back in 2003, President Akufo announced it. He brought in Cargill Company to process cocoa. And the idea was that every year, if you can process 10%, whatever, within 5, 10, 15 years, by now.
He took us to the 1 million, ton mark.
That is the production. He came in when it was only 250 or 300,000 tons. He brought us to 700 and promised in 2 years we'll make 1 million. And we did. And then DC #1. Mahama #1. So you see, that's why at times you sit down and think, why do we always go back when we start a good progress? Maybe that's why people are expressing some concern about
just in some,
on the
1 minute.
Electricity.
Is your power okay?
Let me tell you something. This is something I determined some time ago never to talk about, but this thing forces me to say it. I personally suspect there's a cabal in the electricity sector that is determined to rip off Ghanaians forever. Somehow I believe it because of what I've experienced.
The NDC.
You see, the whole thing of meters, meter selling.
Yeah, every administration wants to bring
his own meters because that's why they make the money to cheat us. Do you know the time they imported some meters from Egypt? They were all discarded because they never worked.
Recently they came to change the new meters and then they brought this new one.
Why?
I didn't have any problem with my meters, I
was in Tanzania for 5 years. The same meter worked for me and it continued to work when I left after 5 years. Why is it that we are changing meters? Because you know why? It's a way for them to make money. Contracts.
Procurement.
And that's the truth.
Yes,
so in fact, I'm betting, I'm begging the president, there is certain, if he is serious.
Yes, Vicky, do you think the president should listen to and change his decision, but rather going to look for money, from wherever? Because as we understand, we now have far better reserves. So why not fall on it and help the farmers?
I think that we have to make progress in the cocoa. And to do that, we have to stop the cocoa politics. That's the first point I want to make. Because as we all know, these problems have been with us from time immemorial. And I do sympathize with the president that he had to do a difficult balancing act between the greater good, if you like, and how to protect the interests of our cherished and very hard work.
Greater good at the time that Galamsey is taking over our cocoa farms.
I'm going to make that point that, I feel that our cocoa sector has now come to a point where it's facing a moment of structural truth. Let me put it that way. Our cocoa sector is facing a moment of structural truth. Between the lack of proper investment into the industry and Galamsey the sector is really suffering. And actually, when you see the average age of the cocoa farmer, they're old. You know, these are people who have worked 40. I heard one saying he had worked like 50 years ever since he was a kid.
They have nothing to show for it.
They have nothing to show for it.
They should be wealthy.
Yes, and because their money is benefiting the whole nation, and the youth are not being attracted to cocoa farming. So
it used to be attractive
serious
because you could point to a cocoa farmer and tell his wealth.
Exactly. So all that is gone. And we used to be #1 in the world. Then we are now at #2. And the way Ecuador is going, very soon we'll be #3. So what is it about us? That we just we take a lot for granted in this country. We take a lot for granted. And I think that just because we're getting reserves from gold and other things does not mean that we should abandon our core asset. We must not do that because other people are trying to get into the space. So there's still value.
That's right.
In being in that space. So for me, reform, yes, we must have reforms. The proposed reforms are quite ambitious. But the real question is, are they economically coherent? Will they work in the long term? Because right now we have to look at things long term. Are they fiscally sustainable? And operationally, will they be feasible? And most importantly, will it protect and support our farmers? Because at the end of the day, that is what this is all about.
For a sector that is accountable for a lot of massive road infrastructure and all of that.
Scholarships.
What's the crime in providing the cushion?
Well, I mean, this borrowing to do that, we keep doing, that's always our plaster, isn't it, when we have a problem? We always have a gaping wound and then we go and borrow and plug that.
The way I process it is that if you need like 4 billion to help them out, that's really their money anyway.
Yeah, but look at what we are just coming out of. Look at the economy and what we are just coming out of. And I think so. I don't think that we should have a quick fix. As painful and as difficult as it is. And I'm with the farmers 200%. You know, I am. I mean, I heard some of them and I was like,
we are grateful.
You know.
So, and you are with them and at the same time you are with the decision.
No, I'm not with the decision.
Okay.
I'm into making decisions that long term will benefit them and strengthen the sector.
Okay.
That's what I support because I think it's in their interest and in the nation's interest to strengthen the sector. And I think it's good that they've really blown this thing up onto the national stage because they've suffered in silence for too long.
Yeah.
They really have. And nobody goes there. People just sit in Accra, collect the cash and do what they would with them.
So the minority deserve commendation for staying on this subject.
Oh, I think the cocoa farmers deserve commendation. This is not about politics. For me, this is about the farmers, pure and simple, and Ghana.
But it's the minority that has amplified their voice.
Yes, but I don't want to politicize it.
Okay.
I want us to focus on the farmer, pure and simple.
Okay.
And I think that's what Ghanaians. That's what they are looking at I mean, I heard the deputy minister say that there's a 150 million gap that government will have to absorb. For me, whatever package we come up with, the test is simple. Will that situation, will the solution reduce future bailouts? Or will it merely delay or postpone them? Because it's very important that the solution passes this litmus test. Otherwise, we're just, kidding ourselves that we are doing anything. So when you look at the fact that if it is true, and I don't know whether it is, the government stands to absorb 150 million debt in this, then what it does is that it moves the risk from Cocoa Board's books onto the national balance sheet. And in an IMF program environment, which is what we're in now, these repeated sector bailouts become macroeconomic signals. And all the gains that we've so painstakingly made could be eroded.
That's the point of the president.
Yes, but then when you look at the farmers as well, And you look at this proposed automatic price adjustment. If the price drops sharply mid-cycle and there's no stabilization mechanism, we need to have a stabilization mechanism. If there's no stabilization mechanism, then the farmer effectively becomes the shock absorber for the London and New York commodity traders.
Right.
And we can't afford that. So for me, the critical policy question becomes, will automatic adjustment include a guaranteed floor price?
Okay.
That's number one. And will it also include a stabilization fund? I think those two things are really important, because the reform must not just be economically efficient, it must also be socially sustainable.
All right. In a minute, can you tell us the power situation at your home, in your office?
They are both a bit haphazard. I mean, yeah, I've had the vanishing cash as well.
You've also experienced it.
I've experienced that. And actually, a lot of my neighbors are now moving on to solar. I myself, my boiler system, my hot water system is all now on solar.
All right.
And I'm thinking of doing the lights next, because it's just not reliable. It's expensive and it's not reliable. If you're paying for something and you feel you're getting value for money, then,
Aduji, it's only fair to give you some time of reaction. Quickly, very brief, in the next 2 minutes, and then I'll have all of you give me maybe some 30 seconds comment on the issue, because you did 20 minutes. Yes, Aduji. Yes.
So let me just quickly put this. The 24-hour economy means so dear to President Mahama. And what he has done, which you don't know, is that he's tasked all sector agencies to put up a blueprint for the 24-hour program in all the sectors. In fact, at my end, at MPA, for the downstream, there's a whole steering committee working together with the respected Gusitando and Tritri Poku on how to fine-tune the modalities. Because we strongly believe that our depots, the refineries, the jetties, we can deploy the 24-hour. So it is something that is ongoing. President Mahama is keen on it. What the authority is supposed to do is not to issue executive fiat that going forward everybody do, but to interface and to provide the roadmap on the deployment. So I can understand where my brother is coming from. Even at the local government level, as you are aware, government is deploying the building of markets across for the 24-hour economy, or what they call the 24-hour markets across. On the nursing training, you see, sometimes we do the politics, but the truth of the matter is that in November, you employ large numbers of nurses without financial clearance for a new government to have to deal with. And thankfully, Minister Akufo-Addo, together with Akando, had helped. In fact, there is even a new payment plan to start from April. So a lot is going on. It is also no case that licensure exam for teachers, we have increased the amount. The last increase was in 2024. And it's about 350, 400 Ghana cedis. It's the same amount. But what we have decided to do is that we'll integrate the licensure into their main course, which was the campaign promise, so that it will not be a stand-alone.
But I thought the campaign promise was a cancellation.
No, so what we have said is that you still need validation. And so it will form part, like law. You don't finish and write a separate bar exam. Once you pass your conveyancing, you pass your ABCD, you are called to the bar. And we said, since the teacher is also a professional like us, incorporate that in part of his curriculum, so that once he passes, he is good to go. Nobody calls a lawyer anytime to come and write another licential exam. No fee stress. The students who are benefiting from it know it. At the end of the day, they'll make a choice at the end. I know parents who have reached out and want this program to their. Now, to the electricity compensation, when the issue came up, the sector minister, my sector minister, in a very proactive manner, has asked the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission to immediately call ECG to account for what the problem is. I've listened to my brother Shafiq, Dr. Shafiq at the PRC, who had also confirmed the ministerial directive to get this thing done right. And where there is opportunity for refund, that engagement.
Yeah, except from my experience, which I have narrated this morning,
yes,
I don't see what the investigation is about. Because they came, checked, they looked at everything, they say, oh, Mita, everything is fine.
No,
your wiring, everything is fine. So there's no problem with the system.
The skill set I have is a bit limiting relative to a better explanation as to what the technical issues. And that is why the sector minister had decided that there is the need for a group of people to properly...
Is it not the implementation of the tariff hike that has led to
this?
The
implementation is verifiable. And I always say electricity market is something you can...
So in some 1 minute each for all of you, so a 29-year-old hit-and-run victim died after being turned away by 3 hospitals this year, just a couple of weeks ago, as we understand. Now, this is not new. In 2018, a 70-year-old man died after being turned away by 7 hospitals. My question is that nothing, absolutely nothing happened to anybody. And that tells me the value of the Ghanaian life. What's your brief commentary on this in some 30 seconds about this when we are employing 13,300 nurses and midwives and still this is going on?
I listened to Professor Titus Bayo on the floor of Parliament, and I think he summed the whole conversation and he's framed it well. President Mahama has made a passionate appeal to all health workers that under no circumstance should a person come to a hospital and be asked to go because there's no bed. Under no circumstance. At least stabilize the person first. Stabilize the person first. And thereafter, if it requires further referrals, that can be done. There is a dimension that Professor Bayo introduced, and I never adverted myself, medical law. He says that the problem is that depending on how the situation is, what the doctors and others also fear is that if the person comes and they touch anything flowing from that, like they say, take the victim as you find, it becomes your fault. So it also brings a certain judgment call on them. It's painful to see a 29-year-old lose his life. And yesterday when
unfortunately, we ran out of time. Yes, Vicky, what do you say about this?
Siblings who are doctors.
I agree with Eduji. It's very painful to see this happening. And I also agree with you that the fundamental question is what's the true cost of the Ghanaian's life? I mean, what's the value of the life of the Ghanaian? For me, no bed syndrome should really be viewed as a system failure, because it's been happening. It's happened over and over again. We see the buildings, we see their hospitals, but are they really hospitals? You know, those are the visible parts, because the systems that operate, that make them into hospitals are the invisible parts. And right now, for me, what we are seeing is the failure of the invisible systems that are in the hospital.
Okay, Prof.
Well, on that issue, I think...
I've been bailed out, but say something in 30 seconds.
The president's appeal must be a directive. That's the big thing I would say.
I think
not just
a directive.
It must be
a directive. I think it's a directive.
Well, I didn't know. In the presentation, he said appeal. But I hope it's directive. Final point is that when my sister talked about going for solar, and I'm thinking about the same, then I said, my goodness, Ghana, whenever there's a problem, we, the elite, have a way of escaping it. You see, when there are potholes, instead of building good roads, they go in for a four-wheel drive to avoid the potholes. When there's overcrowded streets, traffic, they go in for police siren. They avoid it. And now, electricity problem, we are going for solar.
Dennis.
So the ordinary people will always suffer.
I like the way...
I thought it was resolved within your
I like the
era.
way... you can never get the needs of people resolved completely by anybody. You keep improving. I like the way Lawyer Duji now is taking his time, picking the issues one by one and explaining. That is what you do in government. You don't fight us.
No bed syndrome.
Now, they're talking about.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Time is up.
But I said we should wrap up.
My time is up. My time is up. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. And I have to bring to your attention that today, there's been the filing past and tributes ahead of the burial for our sister Gloria Akufo-Addo, the Executive Secretary of the Ghana Independent Broadcasters Association, her unfortunate passing. So the funeral is going on Christ the King Catholic Church opposite the Jubilee House Cantonment, and tomorrow there will be a Thanksgiving service, tomorrow Sunday, at the same place, Christ the King Catholic Church opposite the Jubilee House. I'm Samson Ladia Yanini. This has been Newsfile. And thanks for your company. Dennis Miracles Abuaje speaks for Dr. Baumier's campaign. Eduji Tamaklo is the Chief Executive Officer of the National Petroleum Authority. Vicky Bright is here. And Professor Agyeman-Rawlings. Thank you all so very much. Have a good afternoon.
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior.
Syntax tank, are you strong? Are you tough?
Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them.
They say that you know and you know, so let's face it. You had me at hello. Hesitation never helps. How could this mean anything else? When all I dream of is your eyes, all I long for is your touch. And darling, something tells me it's enough. You can say that I'm a fool, and I don't know very much, but I think
Willow Lane, where love blooms. The foundation of a beautiful home is love, and the surprises that syncopate the expected and boring routines. When your love enters your space, and there's room enough to twirl and swirl in the calming and soothing atmosphere big enough to share. Enjoying the vastness of your patience and the aroma from your classy kitchen. Ascending a well-lit staircase to enter a peaceful terrace with bird's eye view of the world. To pour into each other, toasting to endlessly blissful love until one dives into the other's essence. Willow Lane, where love blooms. Call us on 0240-111119 to book a tour.
do you want a healthy smile?
Ready for a smile makeover? Hi, I'm Tanya from Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana. Cosmetic dentistry services can enhance your smile's beauty and boost your confidence with a more attractive and radiant look. Whether you're interested in teeth whitening, veneers, or a complete smile transformation, an experienced dental team can help you achieve the smile of your dreams. The process begins with a consultation where we assess your oral health, discuss your specific concerns and goals to create a tailored treatment plan. While smile makeovers primarily focus on improving the appearance of the smile, they can also offer functional benefits such as better bite alignment, improved chewing ability, and enhanced overall health.
Healthy smile. Let's talk hemorrhoids. Hemorrhoids are normal structures located in the anus of all mammals.
But it is only man who suffers hemorrhoidal disease because of the erect posture we have assumed and the squatting that we do to empty our bowel. Hemorrhoids consist of a special type of blood vessels which fill with blood when we are moving our bowel and help to cushion the anus against the